Not so clear on my end.
Sweep ES buyers. Sweep ES buyers. Absorption ES sellers. Absorption ES buyers. Absorption ES buyers.
What's up, YouTube?
Sweep
Hi,
ES
Alex. How are
sellers.
you?
Absorption ES buyers. Absorption ES buyers.
We're
Sweep
opening
ES sellers. Sweep ES sellers. Absorption
way
ES
lower.
buyers. Absorption ES buyers. Absorption ES sellers. Absorption ES sellers. Sweep ES buyers. Absorption ES sellers. Absorption ES sellers. Sweep ES buyers.
Hear
Sweep ES
anything?
buyers. Absorption ES buyers. Absorption ES buyers. Sweep
Something
ES
wrong.
sellers. Absorption ES sellers. Absorption ES sellers. Sweep ES sellers. Absorption ES buyers. Absorption ES buyers. Absorption ES sellers. Absorption ES sellers. Sweep ES sellers.
Yeah.
Sweep ES sellers. Absorption ES buyers. Absorption ES buyers. Absorption ES sellers.
Okay.
Absorption ES sellers.
Blue Sky has a coupon out for $100 till June 22nd. All evals, $100. Coupon is the same, just extended time and all evals. Alex, I'm not hearing anything. Am I supposed to be? Technical difficulties on the Discord front. Please be patient. Okay, I'm not supposed to. Perfect. Good evening, YouTube. How's it going? Welcome to Live with Alex, TWB. I'm Ryan Mack. I'm gonna only be here for about an hour with you guys to trade a setup if we get some. We got a lot of news going on. Um, balance of trade for Japan at 6:50 p.m. Central, so that'd be about 7:50 p.m. So right before Japan opens, and then I thought I saw something that Trump was gonna be talking tonight after the meeting, and obviously we have what's going on the Middle East. May peace be to the Middle East. I mean, that's kind of all. With that being said, I would think that, being that we're sending all our aircraft out and we're sending everything in here, we could go lower. I just threw a fib up on this, a trend fib. And if you go from the regular trading hour high, which is about 22,135, you bring down the trend to the low of RTH 911.25 and come back up to its reversal point. We're looking somewhere in the midst of 100% retrace of 2179 or 779.50.
Absorption NQ sellers.
Um, to kind of make this move at 100. So we're gonna pay attention to the 618, which is 21,866. So 21,866, and then the 786 at 21,828. We got pivots in that area. We just you know, broke the just broke the 382, and then we're coming up on the 50 right here in this green line. So, kind of one of those things I would say is let's trade with reaction rather than prediction. I would suggest always 777. Yeah, that's about right. Trend fib 772-ish. If we're down there, what do we have down there? We have a pivot at 21,746.50, and then below that pivot, we got a gap. We got a nice little gap down. Let's zoom in here. We got a 296 gap, point tick gap, and then we have to clear that, it'd be about 21,652. If we get into that tonight or tomorrow, FOMC is tomorrow. Interest rate, they're even talking probably possible 1% for an increase, which is unreal. And then of course, not only do you have a 1% for or not a 1% of the people thinking that that's going to increase it, but 99% is going to think they're going to hold. But I think either way, it'd be real shocking to the market if they increased the rate. Highly, highly unlikely. A decrease is not likely, is not even predicted based on consumer reports. And really think that we're in a very volatile market with what's going on in the Middle East. Like, nobody even has brought up tariffs. Does anybody care about tariffs anymore? It's just kind of one of those things where it's like, oh, now we're on the Iraq or Israel war. So it's just like, now, of course, America's sending ships to the Mediterranean. we're sending aircraft that way, and then again to not to be political about war, but that's what controls is controlling the market at the moment, the sentiment of the market. So um it's not just what they're saying. Trump is saying certain things like, "Oh, well, he's safe in his bunker for now." What does that mean? Are we going to send black ops, or are we going to send contractors, U.S. contractors, to go get whoever's in charge of what's going on in Iran? I don't know. We don't know. Just be on your toes, because It's been laddering down. We've been kind of making higher lows, or we made a high, and then we made a lower low, and then we made a lower high, and then we made a lower low. So we're kind of laddering down. We're in a bear flag, and we're still bear flagging out. So it's typically in a situation like this, when you have stair step down, what do you have going back the opposite way? Escalators up. Or if it's stair steps up, it's escalators down. That's just market sentiment and the way the market likes to move. So let's go ahead and, pay attention here. How are we doing on gold, kids? Adventure kids. I know you've been watching gold. I think it's in all-time highs right now. I'm not sure. I don't feel like switching over, looking at it. Anybody in the chat know where gold's at? Looking for a pullback to go along. Yeah, silver's popping up. Crude oil's popping up. I mean, those are definitely something to look at. I have no bias tonight. I'm not really feeling any particular way. Price action is the way right now. We do have a opening gap of 46 ticks, close, and then kind of figure out if we escalate or back up. We need a real good bullish candle if we for the longs to want to stay in play. We're retesting those levels today during regular trading hours and finding support there. Um, at this 21,927.75. So I don't know what Alex has to say about it, or what he might pop on later, maybe. Not sure. Your fearless life fab style. I don't blink. Yeah, you can't blink. In fact, I don't suggest you blink at all. Looks like Rage Quitter is in a long. Hoping for this gap to close. Elvis is in the building. Welcome, Elvis. Ain't nothing but a hound dog. Oh. Um, Down here below, we have a 4 tick gap, reversal gap, and a wick stacked. So we could find support here, but we are looking for a higher low if this wants to stay long. That was a pretty aggressive pullback into VWAP. Got right below the VWAP. Where's our 200? Our 200 is up here at 21,969.12. For structure, we're gonna look for structure. Let's look for structure. Bear flag right now. Coming off of a bear flag. So we do have a head and shoulders looking like pattern on the 1 minute. So we got the right shoulder right here. We got the head over here that you guys can see. So we have a gap at 6,000 on the ES. You see that we should have to go fill this gap up here. Um, you know what? I'm looking for a short. After analyzing it, looking at it, I'm looking for a short. The question is, where do I want to enter? I think I want to enter around here at this wick, wick repair, 956.50. I think short's the winning trade. We can get in right here, here. I guess while we're up there, we might as well go test the 200 if we can get that high. So maybe I'll rechange my thought process to a little bit above the 200. Um, please bear with me for 1 minute. I'm gonna give you some color to your. NDX, you're long until 22K. Elvis is short, 60.32 on the ES. Dr. John Dorian might be waiting until missiles start going off. Okay, so rumor has it that there's Iran wants to test their nuke. If they actually are nukes. So if they start to want to test it and it's not a failing nuke, then this market's going to be shut off. Might dump probably 20% in a matter of minutes if they don't shut it off fast enough. Obviously, we have to go through a couple circuit breakers. I think we got one at 7, one at 10, and then one at 15. I'm not sure how that all went down. So if they haven't notified us that the circuit breakers are in play yet. So if they are, we know how to operate that. Expect 7% moves. I want to thank Echo and 906K33 for being in the Discord with me as well. Give a shout out for the Discord following. You know, we got to get some power above this VWAP. We're gonna stay above it. Otherwise, again, I'm looking for that higher low. I mean 900-ish. Definitely past this VI. If we can find a support on this volume imbalance here, 5 ticks, 908.75 and 907.50, which we just whipped through. We can find some support there. If not, then somewhere in the middle of these candles, 900-ish. If not, 894.75. Chasing no gap right now. The gap we're looking for is right here. I think along off of 821, 891.25 ish, maybe even a repair of the wick of 21.889.75. If I'm gonna go long, but again, I'm looking for a short. I'm gonna stick to my thought process here. I think short is the best way. Going short back here at 927 would have been a nice short there for roughly 20 points for 5-10 minutes. I'm going to put on some size. I'm going to put on 2 contracts is what I'm thinking. Minis for the NQ. I'm going to give a stop loss of about 2K, and I'd like to TP it at 4. So 2 to 1. I think we have enough in us. But again, where do I enter to go short? Because right now the play is a higher low. If this can pop back up here to 221.919.25, we can get up there. We got a gap that we just built in the last 30 seconds back to 908.75. Alex, if you're tuning in, Alex, are you going to be hopping on the Discord tonight later? Maybe. Um, Out of curiosity. 925 is for short entry. Okay. Go is till long. Dimensions. Good evening, Good evening. I haven't seen you in a while. You've been spending all that money on vacation. Okay. No, you've been watching. Good to see you chatting. We got 88 watching. Please hit the like button. Please check out our affiliates. That Alex has put aside. If you guys are looking for a prop firm that could be credible, we got some good ones up there. Start Apex, TPT, My Funded Futures, and Blue Sky. So check them out. They got some good deals going on right now. Keep your Twitter or your X.com open. Pay attention to Trump's tweets, Elon's tweets, Zuckerberg's tweets, Bill Gates's tweets. They all can move the market. They sneeze wrong. Watch YouTube or whatever for Iran versus Israel, what we're doing out there. Keep an eye on those tweets, or that news. That could change anything at any moment. Pop us up 100,000 points. I'm sorry, I mean 100 points, or down the same amount. Either way, it is very volatile. You're going to put on size, play with a stop loss, risk management. Except that, we could very well possibly go to zero and go straight to cryptocurrency. New world order, who knows? Not that anyone believes in that, but just saying. It's a hypothetical situation. Anything can happen. In the meantime, right now we are at 921, 911. So here we go, 911. Always something seems to happen at this number in the world somehow, some way. Grant, regardless, any nation, any world, any situation, if man is involved, another one will just take his place. Just have to take out the whole thing. I mean, any organization, any business, anything that removes a leader, whether it be by elimination or stepping down, you gotta already assume that the person in line next is on the way up. Volume profile here from Edge Trader. Thank you for sharing that. It's like there's a balance range in Asia that we're going for. So being short until Asia time frame. Again, balance of trade from Japan is coming through at 7:50 p.m. Eastern, so I would not disagree. That's one of the reasons why I want to go short. Um, Justice, I really think if they send a nuke to Israel, or if a nuke is launched on this Earth and it lands on Earth, I think the market will literally blink down within that minute of knowing that the nuke hit the ground, and everybody would be watching the news for what's going on next. Um, I mean, the last time we had nukes hit the ground was like what? Hiroshima? Hiroshima? Use my language. I don't speak Japanese or know the Japanese setup, but I mean, really, honestly, yeah, it would blink down, probably shut off, and then of course they'll probably turn off the market in general. Um, Being that it's not off right now, they like literally shut it down. So these charts would go to pause. You could probably still hear us, or we just see some black, purple, blue, and pink and yellow lines, and we might just say, who knows? Who knows? Internet might beat down, EMP go off. Life would be crazy. Nagasaki, yeah. Oh, it'd be horrible. It'd be horrible if we had nukes hit the ground. It's not a pretty sight. In regards to the aftermath, of course, it's human life. Period. Trading would cease to exist or halt or whatever it is at that point in time. I would think. I don't even know if people would, depending on how many nukes were launched at the same time and how many cities it hit, how many were able to get destroyed before it hit. Yeah, Lee, I mean, just say we stop it where that happened. Yeah, Justice. Of course, it's crazy to think about how we trade as traders, and we have to pay attention to geopolitical and world news that's going on with other countries that affect how we trade, or how the market trades, or the value of the market. Like, honestly, to be honest with you, it's like I want to stick a sell order down here, just to stick a sell order, just in case we wipe out 500 points in about 5 minutes. Blink, blink, and crash. I wouldn't. Like, here. I'll do it right now. I'll just put a sell right here. We'll do a sell, just to do a sell, and I'll just leave it there. I got a sell order at 21. Well, let's make it a, yeah, 21,850, just for the heck of it. Like, who knows? We could blink and be back to 21.6, and hey, who knows? It might skip over my order. Chatting up. Looking for 601.12.15 range. Complete failure of 6,080 on the ES level, and we look for a break and retest of that 60-32 shoulder limited risk with potential of a 4-to-1 RRD OH. It is Elvis, by the way. Elvis is in the house. I think you got a solid plan there, Elvis. Rage quitter just got ran through. Goodness. No, I'll clear out my cells when I log off. No, I mean, as much as I'd love to be a part of that 500 point dump in 1 minute, I really, I'll clear it off the table when I get off the chart. Hate to say it, but I'm pretty much on the chart all the time. Okay, so we do have this gap down here that we're reaching for. This imbalance, we got a reversal gap at 21,890.25, brought to you by the Gaptator Pro. We sell it for $9.99. There's a coupon on the YouTube. If you can find it, you can get 50% off for the whole time that you have it. In a monthly subscription, it tells you when there's reversal gaps and continuation gaps. It's getting a little bit more specific. It shows you when there's wicks that need to be repaired and volume imbalances as well. So that one is the pro setup. Has no other indicators other than the balances. You can change your emojis, change your the name of the gap if you so choose. Um, it's definitely X-rated in the emojis to use if you wanted to use any other kinds of emojis. So also friendly, arrow friendly. So I like to use it. I also use it with the Macticator. The Macticator has a different program. It's a different kind of script, but it's similar, and it records every past gap and past volume imbalance. The Gap Pro leaves no trace of it behind after the imbalance has been repaired. Also tells you ticks in the Gapticator Pro. It also tells you dollar amounts in the imbalances. So it'd be 2 cents, 11 cents, $1. And say, for instance, if you're looking at stocks, or the Dixie or Tesla, you can see the difference in pricing. And then also when you look at cryptocurrency, it shows you the mils of the dollar and the value. 12.2 mils, kind of the value system. So now it no longer just does all ticks for everything that changes with the chart. You have nothing to change. So I think it's a real nice setup. You can change each color to each gap or volume imbalance or wick, depending on which side of the market it's on. So, all right. So we caught up with that gap down here. We closed that gap down lower. It wick down to 882, looking kind of like a spring setup for this half hour. So the half hour just closed, so half hour looks bearish. But that could have been the 1 minute spring. Now we come back up, go test this gap here. It's a continuation gap at 908.75. Old John, welcome to the Discord. Thanks for joining me, man. Just out, Amazon CEO is like wanting to say that AI could shrink the workforce. He expects Amazon to reduce its corporate workforce over the next few years with using AI. Wow. Here we go. Need to build a computer to build a bot for it to trade for me because I'm going to be outdated. Continuation gap, KJ. What that is where you have two bearish or bullish candles moving in the same direction that did not open and close in the same parallel. So this continuation gap was created by a continuation of price moving down, and then the rotation, the reversal gap is where it's a bearish candle that went to a bullish candle and reversed price to go a different direction. So those are the two gaps that are in place, KJ. That those are the ones that usually are the ones made. There's only two you can get on both ends, though, on both sides of the spectrum. So bullish or bearish. So um, typically, what happens there is where price jumped over price to in the auction and didn't fill or price out anything in that particular area, which therefore it missed volume, which therefore hedge funds can use it as a place or a way to hide orders that may have or not have happened in that period of time and or price. And then of course at that point in time, you the market can decide when it gets back to that price if it's going to continue or reverse off of those imbalances. think we go test 6,000 tonight. Looks promising um, on the ES. To see if it works its way down there. So my sell stop might be too close, and it might take my order. I'm interested to see how price reacts here at 21,894. Um, Curious if it bounces or if it continues. I think I'll take the short if it continues, but I'm concerned that I'll do one of those. So let's do one of those right here. Oops, I should have upgraded that to 2 contracts like I said I wanted. Fine. We'll add later. That's good to hear, Adventure Kids. I'm really happy to hear about that. Um, I did refine the gap indicator, so I'm gonna be speaking with TWB about launching the Macticator Pro, which is a little different from the current Macticators. So we might just be adding this one to the bunch. Um, but I want to give you guys option to switch over if you want. All right, so this has turned out to be a really nice trade so far. I'm gonna take this sell stop off. I'm gonna think and reach for this gap down here, this continuation gap at 21,854.75. If this is not a spring, should have taken my profit down here, or at least put a TP in. Got the 15-minute closing in about 3 minutes. Top of the hour in about 15 minutes from 3 minutes from now. So it's just a matter of time. We just wait it out. Getting volatile. Yes, thank you, Alex. I really appreciate you putting me on stream. Yes. And, I hope everybody can benefit from watching Bookmap like I do. Oren, I don't have a stop right now. I really think that we're going to come down and test this pivot in 21,851.25. You know, definitely, if we get down there, we might wick into this imbalance here at 21,841. Be curious to see what the top of the hour brings for sure. All right, I just threw a TP in there at 21,851.75. I added 2 contracts on that pump. Certainly could be wrong, but you know what? Hey, market's designed to scare you. Don't trade in fear. Scott, are you watching in the shadows? Are you out there? Let us know. You're being looked for. All right, I'm gonna let this trade play out. So hopefully Hopefully we can get down here by the pivot, this gap fill, wick into it. I got two separate orders for 2 contracts each. On that pump. Because I believe in this edge that I have that's being sold on TWB. It's called the Gapticator, the Macticator. I believe in them. I wrote the script myself, redesigned from other things, but I trust this script, so I'm gonna trust my trade. To answer your question, KJ, dopamine. Like dopamine. Who doesn't like that? High. We're trading high, guys. The natural drug of dopamine.
Sweep ES buyers. Sweep ES buyers. Absorption ES sellers. Absorption ES sellers.
Yeah, 2K was kind of where I wanted to exit a trade if I was at negative. So I was hovering over the get out button, but understanding that and recognizing what I was feeling at that point in time, wanting, of course, this to pull back and have that be the reversal. Could be wrong, but um, really just trying to um, not trade with emotion. The market's a mirror, and how you perceive it is kind of how it goes. Yeah, I'm there. I really kind of like to get out, kind of what I wanted to risk. It didn't matter if it was one contract, five. I just want to see what this news is at in about 3 minutes. We got 3 minutes of balance of trade for Japan. Um, yeah, I would agree. I mean, I curious as if we do project 200 back down, but hey, anything can happen. I got a big account, so I'm not too worried about it. See what happens in about 3 minutes. So might have to finish this trade out here in the Discord. Here we go. We got about 32 seconds.
Sweep ES buyers. Sweep ES buyers. Absorption ES sellers. Absorption ES sellers.
All right, so the economic news that just came out was 630 negative 637.6 billion yen. Um, the previous was negative 115.6 billion. So the forecast was negative 870 billion yen. So the exports year over year was 1.7%. The forecast was negative 4%. So it was negative 1.7%. And the machinery orders month over month is at negative 9.1%. Forecast was negative 9. And then you have the machinery orders, which came in at positive 6.6%. Forecast was 3.8%. And the imports year over year was negative 7.7%. And the forecast was negative 6.2%. So it, I'm not exactly sure so far. It's looking like it caught a bid at VWAP. These numbers, Asia sessions. So I'm curious when Asia opens. I think Asia opens in about 8 minutes, right? About 8 minutes. We'll see how they want to respond and operate. Pull this back down, retest this pivot. Totally respected.
Sweep ES buyers. Sweep ES buyers.
8 minutes.
Absorption ES sellers.
Yeah, we're at
Absorption
200
ES
EMA
sellers.
launch. So, long. This is painful. Be painful. No, I have a cash. This is a cash account, Lauren. Resetting my account. No, I don't reset. No eval here. This is personal cash. It's a 6-figure account. So too worried. Watching for this 200 EMA to fail. Again, it might not fail. It might find support here. Just curious as to if it will look above and fail. Could not, might not. If you're long, great. If you're short, great. Again, I hope that everybody is staying green, risk management, and check out the affiliates that come up on the hour. And certainly, don't trade in fear. You come back to your regular channel with live with Alex TWB in about 5 minutes or so. I'm going to give it 5 more minutes here in the stream. And then if you want to follow me in the Discord, feel free to follow me in the Discord. I'll probably sit it out until I can either break even dollar cost average into this trade, wait for this to come break the trend, or retest VWAP here. Very curious to see how the next 5 minutes rolls out. DK, thanks for the kind words. It's a lot of time looking in the mirror, really, really going back in my own mind with that particular idea and concept. Uh, Again, the charts in front of you are mirrors, and you're trading alone. So it really essentially is a reflection of how you respond, revenge trade, feel, emotions, everything else that goes into this. And if you let a 10-point candle destroy you mentally, emotionally, this is maybe not for you. Um, you got to be able to act normal. I mean, I do still have quirks about me when I'm trading and I'm seeing a negative P&L, but I have to treat the negative P&L and the positive P&L the same, whichever way it goes. Because the market will humble me at some point in time. So the moment of truth, we're at the trend, and we're almost at the top of the hour. So we had a nice little 5-minute pullback there. This hourly needs to continue to dip lower if it wants to be bearish. VWAP obviously is what we're sitting on. For my session VWAP, I don't know about Bookmaps. Bookmaps is up there a little bit. So I respect the VWAP I have on my chart 100%. And obviously price does too. think we're gonna go get that gap up there. But this is a sell algo, so whatever is getting out, it's getting out right now. Even though it's buying, I think it's just the way the candles are laying. So once the drums stop, if there's any drums right now, it's gonna be a sell. Typically what happens, and I've noticed watching the charts in general, when you see multiple green candles and very small wicks or no wicks at all on the bottoms and the opens, when you hear the market pulse, it actually it was a level that everybody's getting out. Now it could come back down to VWAP pretty quickly, or it could keep going, but this is a big indicator that we could turn around right here on the 200. It just, it has to be with the confluenced with the market pulse and venture kids. Yeah, it's a buy algo, rage quitter. I'm not gonna doubt that for 2 seconds, but I called it a sell algo for a reason, because they're buying it up to sell it. They want to sell it at a higher price. Um, and obviously this was a sell algo, but this was obviously a buy algo right here on this end. So they sold it down to buy it back up, and they bought it, sold it, or they bought it up to sell it back down. And I've noticed that in the charts, watching charts as long as I have, that typically when you see multiple green candles and no red ones in between, they're buy algos to sell. So I would think in my mind it's selling at the top. So now we just got to break the 200 EMA, come back down, break VWAP, and we need more momentum than we had going up to come back down. So, I mean, and this is considered to new traders a fake out. So everybody who wouldn't realize that this was popping up like that, they would go long, and then all of a sudden they get ripped out because they stayed in too long. Same thing here. They get all the sellers excited because it's just selling down. But this one isn't so much of a aggressive as these. These are pretty equal sized candles moving up, coming through. But it's kind of a trap, more so. I'm gonna do a quick peekaboo here.
Absorption NQ sellers. Sweep NQ buyers.
I'm gonna start trimming my position, even if it is for a loss. I think that this is kind of turned bullish on us. We got a nice cup developing. Where's the handle?
Sweep ES buyers. Sweep ES buyers. Absorption ES sellers. Absorption ES sellers.
Oh, you can just fade it, Tay. Get some popcorn out and enjoy the show. Time for the peekaboo. 1 second, guys.
Absorption NQ sellers.
Can you handle the loss? It's painful.
Absorption NQ buyers.
It's live. Sky is blue. I decided that I didn't want to share 10% of my wins.
Absorption NQ buyers.
Should be screaming, what am I gonna do? It's breaking the bank. I don't know how I'll ever recover. Please tell me you guys are long. Good. Good job, NDX. Why stay in a trade if you have no edge? You know, to be honest with you, I don't think anyone really has a market. You know, right now I'm kind of like looking at this chart, understanding and accepting that it's still going up. And it could go up for another 150 point. m- But we kind of there. We're there now. We made a nice U here. Got a nice inverted head and shoulders. Means up. But I'm dealing with some demons that I have that I trade with as moment. It's not a revenge trade. It's not a let loose trade. It's the the break the mind trade. I think there's been one other time that I lost a little bit more than this, probably like $7,000 more than this, and it broke the mind. So you gotta really evaluate. You're looking at $1 trillion market. You essentially are only willing to take what, one micro, two micro, three micros, four, five micros, maybe 50 micros. Maybe maybe you evolved and went into minis. And you take one or two or three minis. You're looking at $1 trillion market. I'm sorry. Um, $13,000 is nothing in that size of a market. Sure, compared to an account, it's significant. I mean, it's 2 months worth of salary, 13, 14,000, depending on where you're working for a salary. You like trading this market every day, which I don't. You're going to take one micro at a time. How do you get through taking a loss of $14,000? How do you mentally, emotionally do that? We all know the setups. We all know the chart. We all know the strategies, right? Would you agree? We're all good traders. There's some great freaking traders in this room, you know, and it's boring. It's like having to come back to this thing. Prop firms have got you to that point to where you're like, oh, I got to take my $500 today. Shoot, no different than a 9 to 5. I've held trades overnight, snapped off the wins to some of you in here, and you're like, geez, that's all because I held and I was in drawdown of 5, 6, 10. I mean, really, honestly, market always comes back. It's the man in the mirror, it's the woman in the mirror trading it. How you trade it to kill that demon. It's not even a demon, it's just your shadow trader. So how you handle and deal with that, how you look at that and go, oh shoot, we got 100 plus people, 108 people in here watching me lose 13,700, 595, 14,008. It was just popped up. $14,700. You know, I mean, honestly, how many times do you guys talk about your wins, losses? Barely. You can't. You can't talk about your wins and losses with anyone outside of trading. You can't. You cannot do that. And really, essentially, Alex provides a service here that we can actually see liquidity with Bookmap, and he provides it 23/6 on his own dime and whatever you guys donate. And it's obviously much appreciated. And that tool that you're looking at to the right is
Absorption NQ
and
buyers.
does make you money, whether it be a prop firm money or real money. And also, too, nobody ever talks about stuff like that. stuff like your shadow trading, your revenge trader, all those other things. If you tell your friends, your family, you know, you made 10 grand in a trade or lost 13 grand in a trade, they freak out. You want to see some green berets, these army soldiers cripple in about 5 seconds in the market, have them put some money in, and cry. But they'll handle war real easy. We're very misunderstood and special. So I mean, at the end of the day, what are you gonna do to handle this? Are you gonna ever get to this level? Are you gonna ever? Are you ever gonna get to the negative 11,000 level? Are you ever gonna get to that level where you can handle such a thing and then build a relationship with that loss or that win? Because I promise you, if I was up $11,000 right now, you all would say, "Get out. Take your profit." You know, I mean, like, I'd be like, "I wanna add." I really should be taking off for this, but I do feel like this pivot's gonna reverse well. I just added 2 just right then and there. You know? Really, it's just it always comes back. This could be the handle to the cup that was just built on the left. This could be the dump back down to 21,862. But heck, I tell you what, can't tell nobody anyway. Because everybody says, "Oh, you won, you're bragging. Oh, you lost, you're gambling." Market maker. But at the same time, it's just best to keep it quiet. But to make a comeback from negative 15 to 9, to even become positive on this particular setup would be wow. I always wanted to be the guy who took 5 grand and turned it into a billion. Guy that took $200,000 and turned it into a million. Saying I want to be greedy. Saying I want to accomplish something in my life. Monkey, come up to the stage. Are you here still? No. Discord and chat with me and my stupidity of holding this trade and building relationship with loss. Maybe Alex, you looks like you're in the stream lab. Talk me out of this. So while you guys look at the loss, understand and accept, we look at $1 trillion market. You compare it to a $10,000 loss. What concerns me the most about this particular setup and being this heavy into a trade as a retail trader, here's what concerns me the most. A 300 point 1 minute candle in the opposite direction. That's what concerns me the most. Outside of that, that's super rare. Outside of that, these 50 point 2 hour moves that's nothing. It's the 300 point 1 minutes that kick you in the teeth. So just be patient. Besides, wise man once said, money is transferred from the impatient to the patient in the market. I think that was Warren Buffett. Not gonna lie, Shivan, I thought we were gonna hit 22,300 today during regular trading hours rather than dump. So, I mean, I don't know. 18,290. We ain't going back there for a while, if we ever. Oh man, that one brings up craziness. Oh yeah, somebody believed Trump. Get out, get out, evacuate. In other words, it's just a play into the hand of the war game. Can you dig it, Soul? 12 minis? Can you dig it? Can you handle the idea? 12 minis. I mean, I'll never get to be as big as Tom Holgard if I don't start putting on size and accepting some loss here. 12 minis is crazy. Let's watch Tom Holgard put on 100. Let's go. I mean, and have a loss of more. Oh yeah, it's real account. Has to be. Your accounts have paper in them. You don't give it all away in a trade. It is. It's actually still a reasonable percent. For my account size, I'm at like 6% loss right now, which is still over the limit of what a hedge fund would probably do, but or even a professional trader, because they're still trying to like scrape by with 3%. So I'm a little higher than that. Money do I have? I'm looking at $1 trillion market, Soul. So well. $1 trillion market. I need to make a withdrawal. I'm using this as my ATM, aka bank. No, I don't want to be a million overnight. I want to expand my mind like that. That's crazy. And my mind to be a millionaire overnight. Probably be broke faster than I can blink if that was the case. You see those lotto winners that win and then they go broke and homeless? Yeah, that would be me, man. I just want a measly 50, you know? I mean, that'd be nice. 50K, you know, that'd be a 5 to 1. Yeah, exactly. You know, I mean, sure, I want a yacht to get to a yacht, a mini yacht to go to my main yacht, but I'm renting those yachts. I don't even want to own them. I want a private plane to get where I want to go, but I don't want to own it. You know what? I don't think so. I truly don't think so. This could be the handle though to this bullish cup, and I mean, if you put the fib trend up from, is it bottom to top, top to bottom, top to bottom, drew it wrong. So I mean, it might get to the 200 EMA on my chart, or even the 50, and then bounce. But if we can find some momentum, seaplane. You know what though? I mean, eh, I looked into it and I was like, looked into planes. I was like, all right, so how much would it cost to own a plane? I was like, okay, 125 million, right? Or you can get into a club of like 10 members that pay all like a 10% each of that and actually do that kind of club where you're pretty much like just requesting the dates that you want to use the plane. Or yeah, definitely plane share. And I was like, man, that makes sense, but at the same time you still have to black out your dates that you want to use it. You- and obviously if you really pick apart a plane, you know, when you're up in the sky and you need to be on the ground, you know something went wrong. So um when you're on the ground and want to be in the sky, then life is good. But you still have to understand that planes, they have to be maintained, and obviously same thing with a boat. Nice big boat. Actually, ND or KMAC luggage space isn't the problem. At that level, you could literally just walk down to the nearest, clothing outlet and buy your stuff. It's not you want to be as light as you possibly can. When you're on that level, you're not even bringing anything with you. You're just bringing money, and you just buy your clothes as you go. Donate them to the shelter before you leave, so you bring nothing back. If you want to bring trinkets back or whatever, sure, that's cool. But yeah, you don't just as you don't need a bunch of stuff, especially with all the stuff in that particular mindset and that level. You can roam about the country as you feel fit. You need clothes, you go buy clothes. You need to eat, you go eat. You know what I mean? Like you need to sleep, you rent a room. It's not that big of a deal at that level. You just that 100 when you're at the 100 million level, that's not the problem. Um and of course if you're using the plane a lot, or the boat or the yacht, hey, I mean, it's like a pump to the moon with the surprises, breaking trends. So I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to accept that I'm down 10K right now. Wondering if I should hit the exit button on this head and shoulder possible pattern structure, but we'll see. I mean, I think the most I'll let it go to is 20. So if it runs up to 20, I'm out. I like to trade options during New York session, and then I'll trade futures in London, Asia. If I'm stuck in a trade like this, I'll I'll trade into London. If I'm stuck in a trade like this, always comes back. I'll throw up the peekaboo. It's 8:40 on or 9:40 on the eastern seaboard. So we'll do a peekaboo here quickly. $15 looks like it needs to develop a right shoulder, in my opinion. So I'm going to remind myself right now not to get excited because it could go for that right shoulder. Welcome to the stage, old John. Um,
Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate you, bud. All of your chats, the live streams. I do really appreciate you. I mean that.
Absolutely, you're a moderator here in the Discord. You're on YouTube right now, so we can all hear you. So say hi to YouTube, huh?
Oh, for fuck's sake. Hello, YouTube. Yeah, no, I love live trading. I love it. I know I trade ES. I switched over from NQ many moons ago. But the two markets are so tightly correlated that really what you get in one market, you can expect in the other. Now, when I was trading NQ, ES used to lead, and I got destroyed. Boy, I paid my tuition. ES was leading, and NQ has since taken over. So I prefer the slower action myself. Call me crazy. But the group chats, when you can get people together who have shared ideologies, when you share goals, when you're both chasing after the same ends, there just is nothing more powerful in trading than surrounding yourself with like-minded, successful traders. Am I right?
I totally agree with you, 100%. Gotta have that. The energy is passing through, the internet in regards when you get a group of traders that Alex has designed here on the YouTube for all of us, and amazing. Of course, a lot of people can't handle some of the losses that I'm taking right now. See it in the chat. You could see the people go off because it's not normal. It's not a normal thing.
Yeah.
So that's such a big loss.
No, I hear you. Look, the market is manipulated. There's no question about it. And as retail, right, we're the best analogy I can make for retail traders in a futures market is either A, you're a baller who is hedging your own future through the futures market, or we're the small fish in the school, right? When the sharks attack, the market makers start chasing liquidity. We're just hoping for a couple of pieces, man. We just want a couple of snacks, a couple of leftovers. We are small fish. And that's okay.
I totally agree with you. I completely agree with you on that point. Um, the question I've always been asking myself is, how do I become that big fish? I've experimented and dilly dabbled in bigger sizes before, but never quite as extensive and long as this. Um, and it's good. You can certainly make a good living off of the the chum in the water that the bigs leave behind. But when you want to aspire to be that big fish, what do you think? What do you think you have to go through emotionally, mentally to get that down pat? Because sure, we're limited by the prop firms that we have or the money that we have in our live cash accounts, but at the same time, you know, I mean, I've been trying to get over this hump because nobody talks about it. Nobody does. And I want to get over this hump of I want to be a big fish. And I know 10 minis is not 16 minis, 18 minis is not a big fish with the big fish. Maybe with the small fish, but not the big fish. And that's like, sure, TradeAway allows you only go up to 100 minis before they get on the phone and start calling you. And maybe even a little less than that. But like, what do you think, John? What do you think how do we evolve our minds looking at $1 trillion market and accepting that, hey, we could make 10 grand every day forever if we choose to? What do you think we got to do?
Here's how we make that happen, Ryan. And I see it happen day after day with more experienced retail traders than I. But when they start trading, they will transfer their prop funding account winnings into a cash account, and they'll trade live. And their money always stays in the account. They never, ever cash out. The digits grow. You might start out, let's say, with 10K. Nice round number. You got 5 digits. Okay. So you're live now. You're trading cash. You're copying your trades into your funded accounts. Never, ever, ever make a withdrawal on that money out of your live account. All of your winnings on your funded accounts move to your live. The next thing you know, that 10,000 becomes 70,000. The next thing you know, you're at 100,000. Leave that money alone. Quit looking and viewing the money as something to pay your bills. Quit looking at it as something to take you on a vacation or to secure your retirement. Absolutely leave that money alone. Your 100K then, right? We finally made it to 6 digits, will become 500K. Your margin increases. Next thing you know, you're trading 750K. Your strategy has not changed. You're making the same trades that you were making on micros as live, except instead of trading one account, now you're in minis trading 10 or 20 accounts. And so you really need that margin. You have to have the margin. And that's the key. You have to put your money in your trading account and you have to leave it there until it can grow significantly enough that the market can go in another direction, 50 or 100 points or more, and your margin is not yet triggered. That's the key. Now, none of us start out as swing traders. All of us start out as scalpers and snipers to try and learn the market, and we pay our tuition. We learn our lessons the hard way. The trick is trading because you can, not because you have to. You want to allow your margin to grow to 5 figures or 6 figures, large 6 figures to 7 figures. Your strategy will never change, only your margin will. And so instead of making, say, a $25 win, you're making a $2,500 win. Or at the end of the day, if you can let that money work for you as margin, whether it be excess intraday or just in initial margin, right? Your intraday margin, the bigger that number is, the more forgiving the market will be. And so that's the trick. In my years of trading, the folks I know who are earning between $5,000 and $25,000 a day are doing so in their traded accounts through copy trading their live accounts. They have never once taken a payout on that live account. They've only taken payouts on their funded accounts to fund a live account, right? Or they use the funded account money for the vacations, what have you. That's the trick, man. Don't spend the money. Digits are digits, right? The more margin you have, the more able you are to sustain a swing that was unexpected in the price action, then the better standing you have to add to your buy or your sell, whichever way the market is going, to follow through. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Oh, you're making a whole bunch of sense. You made so much sense. You brought the big fish Alex to the stream. Welcome, Alex.
What's up?
I think you're right, John. 100% right. I think not financial advice. I think just the logic and the idea of building and growing it from funded to live cash. It's kind of what I'm doing now with my live cash. So I like the fact that you're reinforcing what I'm already thinking and doing here in the Discord. I get on for an hour. You join me, and I appreciate that. And your advice is sound. I totally agree with that 100%. You can't go wrong thinking that way. And this is how I'm able to take a trade as big as I'm able to, because it's you're even a loss. It's moving the setup, and sometimes it's detrimental. I got a headache. I've had a headache the last hour. I'm not gonna lie. I'm emotionally telling myself don't have a heart attack. Trying to slow my heartbeat. I'm not kidding, man. I'm like sweating. My palms are sweating. I know I have my AC on at 69 degrees. I know it's just like I'm trying to fight this shadow trader that I deal with every day, because I fight with myself about why am I taking these $500 stupid trades. And they're great. Don't get me wrong. Those are the good, nice chunks of chum that are left by the big sharks. It's and they're not stupid, but I want to get out of the mentality of doing everything daily. And I know that those who are committed to trading are thinking probably the same thing. What do you think, Alex?
Yeah, I came in at the tail end of that conversation, but I kind of said that is the same logic I came to over the couple of years of trading futures. It's like, especially dealing with the PAs and evals, it's like, you know what, it's not about getting the payouts. It's about building that account size, so that way you have that buffer, because they say it in their thing. You can have a 50 or a 25K account, open it up, and then increase that amount to a point where you are in a sizable amount of a buffer where you can take a loss. It's just a matter of how many contracts you want to trade at a time. I think that's the key. Like, if you want to trade more than 10, then a 50 is not yours. If you want to do more, then you probably want to size up to like a 300 or something bigger. But definitely, like what John was saying, what you do in micros should be the same what you do with minis, and as you size up, it should be the same. It should not change. The same setups. I mean, that is like 100% the main goal. And what you'll see is, like, if you're doing micros, you'll be like, $10. You could flip that over to a mini full size, and that could be $100. And then if you do that times 10, that's $1,000, and eventually that builds up, and you can literally, like old John was saying, you can literally like make 25K in a day.
Yeah, I see that on the reg, like legit with some of the trading groups I'm involved in. I see people trading funded accounts, for the sole purpose of funding their live accounts. And they're just copy trading, but listen, with 5 digits in a live account versus 6 digits in a live account, how much more margin do you have? Let's say you make the wrong call on a long and the market starts tanking. Your strategy doesn't change. Only your margin changes. And so
Correct.
you trade because you can, not because you have to. I've learned that the traders among us who trade because they have to are the ones who are so emotionally attached to every single mouse click that they'll sacrifice a retest for the sake of making $50. And that's not a philosophy that works long term. It's just the digits, man. You can start with 10K and then get to 50K and then 70 and then 100.
It snowballs. Yeah. Really
That's
fast.
it. The strategy stays the same. Just keep trading. And look, you might lose 20 grand in a day, but it's not gonna ruin you. You're not gonna have to quit trading because of it, right? Like,
Exactly.
because you learned your lessons trading minis,
Right.
trading micros. So it's a long game. It's a long game.
Yep. You have to grind every day. And especially like what I've noticed with the volatility that we've seen during the regular hours, it's just crazy. It's with this new not new tool, but the market volume imbalance indicator from the TTW, that has been like printing money for me these last couple of days. I mean, they're small wins, but it's only 5 points. But if, like I said, if you size that up, you know, you can easily make that a sizable account, copy trade it to other accounts. And yeah, there's going to be some slippage, but it's 5 points. I mean, the NQ moves 5 points in a blink of an eye. So if you can catch that imbalance just right, and if it's on the right side, boom. I mean, that's a grind right there. That's like that ding. I feel like that cartoon with the Morty. He puts the stone on his head, and that's wherever the stone tells him to do, that's what he's doing. That's what I feel like right now with this ding. It's like it's printing money with the volatility that we got. I mean, any other day probably would not work, but
what are your secrets? What is it you're looking for in the imbalances versus CVD? Yeah, talk to us.
So basically, what I'm looking for is these imbalances. They're basically identifying when it's a power on an aggressor that's coming into the market, and they're taking control of the order book. So they're pushing the deltas in their favor to move price action in the direction that they want it. Now I've noticed that it happens a lot, like when we get close to like resting orders, those imbalances tend to like be inversed of the action of the move. So like if you look on the ES stream, you'll notice there was 2 triggers of the imbalance, and both of them took us into liquidity, and then there was one that kind of like, it was like a sweep, almost like a sweep order, and then it kind of just faded out. So anytime there's like a resting order,
I got to slow you down just a little bit. I'm sorry, Alex. But the inverse that you were just talking about, is that the one near the BMDR line, the 0 line, and then the one to the further left of it where you see price dip below CVD?
This one, these are the boxes that are getting printed on the chart. So I'm not sure which line. Are you talking about the standard deviation, or
No,
you're talking
I'm not talking about deviation in regard to VWAP. However, I do watch that. I have an entire monitor set up for that. No, I'm watching on the ES chart, lower right-hand side, MV imbalance and CVD. Now that line that marks the CVD.
Oh yes, that is what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Okay.
So that MV imbalance, that's actually should not be printing there. That should not be there. It's actually should be on the chart, but it's giving you like. I have to review this setting, but I believe this is looking at the order book, and it's kind of like it's either depending on how big it's set. It could be anywhere from like the 5 ticks all the way to like 50 ticks or more, and it's looking at that range, and it's similar to these imbalances that you see if I go on the NQ chart. They have like an order book and a volume. These bars that are both green and red, it's almost the same thing, but you have to interpret it a little bit slower on this. And whereas with the hard indicator, it actually gives you a great timing of when to get in, because it's pretty much just hard set parameters. I know the settings were a little bit wonky today for the ES. I have to go back and take a look, but I want to believe that they might have been set a little too low or too high, because there was some trades that I saw that were like not successful on the ES. And I know with the ES, it's a slower moving market versus the NQ, so I might need to set it up a little higher in terms of like for the NQ, with the lower book volume. It's like less than 20 anytime on the book, whereas in the ES we got over 20 orders sitting on the book. So you see, someone asked a question: do you think the imbalance gets exaggerated because everyone trades ICT smart money concepts? No, I don't think so. I think what's going on is those orders, those imbalances are probably like the institutional buyers coming in, I believe, because they're big. They're not small, especially on the NQ. I mean, if you're watching the NQ and you're pushing like, I think it's over 20. So once that number is greater, then that's when it should trigger it. So 20 to 10. All right, someone took an order.
Sorry. No, actually, I just went flat.
Oh, you went flat. Oh, okay.
On ES, yeah, I was expecting 50, but that on the 1 minute with 30 seconds to go, we had a big old wick up top with a big blue candle, and so I thought, take the money. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I think Thursday when we got the news that bombs were dropping, that was like my first indication of something was up. I was like, okay, something's up. I'm looking at Twitter. I'm looking at or X, whichever. Checking the financial juice. I was like, I didn't see anything there. And then I think it was Trader Trash, who used to be on our show a few years back. His Discord had a hit for a news article that went out. And that is where I was like, okay, well, let me check it out. And sure enough, that's what the news was. It was war has started. Last time this happened to me, it was Ukraine. I was trading cash account, and then Ukraine war started, and I was like, uh-oh, what's going on?
Yeah.
It always happens when I'm like in a live account. It's never when I'm like, oh, I'm just doing something for fun or something like that, just messing around. But yeah, it was kind of eye-opening to see that drop, and I was like, this is not going to recover. Let's get out. Because I was almost in the same position that Ryan was in. I was like, oh shit, let's get it. Then I got to get flat. I'm going to have to eat this one because this is a big thing, whatever is going on.
It happens to the best of us.
Yeah, and like you said, when you build that account, you have that account. You have that buffer. You have that space, because you can. I mean, if even if you do it on a sim account and you try it out, if you make a mistake, you can always come back and undo that mistake. I mean, there's other days I'm going to trade. It's the same. The same thing happens day in, day out. There's always an opportunity around the door or around the corner. So
Yep. Yes, sir.
So what made you come on to the Discord chat there, old John?
I'll be honest with you, Ryan. I don't trade NQ. I haven't. That's where I paid all my tuition to learn the market before moving to ES. And I paid my tuition. However, I have a keen understanding of the correlation between the two markets.
Okay.
And so I do watch, even though I only trade ES, I do watch NQ with the same intensity as I watch my charts on ES. They're so tightly correlated that they may as well be the same. The only thing that's different really is the points and the money you're making per point. But I'm here and I'm in this chat, number one, because I know you're a solid trader. I've seen your trades.
You must be talking about Ryan.
Ryan, yeah. Hey,
you're talking to Alex.
Oh, my bad. No, listen,
okay,
Ryan's consistent. And I get the correlation. Look, I can see Ryan's marks on where he sets his stop losses, on where he sets his take profits. And I can see on ES where those same points would be. Again, everyone in this room is trading NQ while I'm trading ES. That kind of makes me an outlier. But once you understand the correlation between the two, and you can find the consistencies between the fibs and between the high value nodes, once you're looking at fair value gaps, they're the same market. They really are. The only difference is how much you're making per point and how many points it's going to take to hit those marks. And so that's why I'm here. Number one, because Ryan is a consistent trader. And the marks and his marks on NQ, I can correlate to marks on ES with almost zero effort. So it works for me.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, those tables, those fibs and the pivot points, I mean, those are great setups on the trading view. And it's like that's where I started when I was first trading. I was like, okay, I learned about pivot tables. I was like, okay, I think I can use this. If it's above, I'm going along. If it's below, I'm going short. And then, you learn to add the VWAP, and it's like, when we talked to Kaz the other day, he's like, VWAP is like probably the one tool that you are like not probably, a lot of people fail to realize that this is like the best tool out there. It's like if it's above, you're buying, you want to buy. If it's below, you want to sell. You don't want to short VWAP if it's above, if price is above it. You're going against the trend. I mean, unless you know something that somebody else doesn't know, and then you're like Ryan, moving big markets.
I try.
You try, yeah. Don't worry.
Hey, listen. Once you know what the algos are looking at, which is VWAP and its standard deviations, it's looking at POC, and they're looking at Fibonacci's too. And so once you understand what the market makers are looking at, all of a sudden everything becomes less stressful. Like, okay, well, I know now not to make a trade. I'm just going to stay flat and I'm going to sit on my hands. And look, if I miss a 5-10 point scalp, so be it. If the algos aren't jumping in on it, then neither am I. And look, it's not hard to know what the algorithms are looking at. with a little bit of experience.
Yes, because for me sitting on my end, and I would call it the control room, I see both NQ and ES, and I can see where liquidity is sitting on the ES, and I can see how that reacts with NQ. So like right now, we're bouncing off 60.50 on the ES, and you got 22.010 on the NQ that's like acting the same way. So it's like if I zoom out, it's almost identical for both. You know, I'm going to snatch this from over there, and you can see they almost look identical. You know, you would swear it's like, wait a minute, is that ES or NQ? You know, but yeah, they're almost in the same place. So now you get an idea like, okay, there's liquidity sitting there. You know, okay, so the same thing is on ES and NQ. Oh, well, clearly there's something larger. Of course, the both markets are tied together, like you just said.
Right. What are the algos looking at? Like it drove me nuts. You know, what was it? I think a year and a half or 2 years ago, Alex, when I first joined your channel, it drove me bonkers when all of the users would say, oh my God, it's so fake, it's so manipulated. You know, and on the heat map, you can see the liquidity come and go. You can see it disappear in huge numbers. Yeah. But what you're looking at is not somebody with a mouse placing orders. What you're looking at is the algorithms placing orders and stops at certain numbers. And once you figure out where those numbers originate, from VWAP standard deviations, from Camarilla pivots, and from Fibonacci pivots, then all of a sudden, everything starts coming together. And I was like, holy shit, I'm looking at the numbers, the same numbers all of these algorithms are looking at. Obviously, they can execute far more rapidly than I can, but these numbers, the price action is pivoting almost to the tick on Camarilla and Fibonacci pivots. So it's like, okay, now I know what the bots are looking at. It doesn't appear manipulated anymore. It only appears it doesn't look manipulated anymore. Once you see where the numbers turn, where the price action changes, like there's a ton of liquidity on ES at 60.50 right now. I see 60.50 as resistance. I don't know that it'll cross that mark despite the first and second standard deviation on VWAP.
Well, let me fix that because I haven't updated that as yet. So this is looking at the closes information because it's still the anchored VWAP, which is annoying. I wish they had the original one. I mean, somebody sold them on this anchored VWAP, and they said, "Yeah, we need that." So they're like, "We need that. We need that anchored VWAP." So let me get it updated because it might be right at that level. Oh, come on, work with me. There we go, 26. All right, there's the one. Let's let that update, and we'll do the same for the NQ. And as you see, the second standard deviation is right in that same zone right there. So
yeah,
let's do this over here.
It'll probably hit. I went flat. I was expecting 50 on that last try, and when it didn't hit, I went flat. But it'll probably retry 50, I would think, on ES, but I'm not feeling bullish.
So looking at that and taking in consideration, all the volume deltas coming in, I wouldn't be surprised if we do test that level.
Do you think it'll hit 50, Alex?
I think so. I mean, I'm looking at you got 50, you also got 6,100.
I see it.
Yeah. But if you zoom out, look at it. You almost got that cap that's kind of compressing it. So this is where I was talking about earlier, where, you know, I don't know if there's a new like synthetic iceberg program out that's, you know, or algo that's kind of like handling the synthetic orders for icebergs or something like that. Because I know a few years back talking to Walter from TTW, he mentioned that, you know, that they had that feature to identify synthetic icebergs, and this comes from the crypto world. So that's how they can identify certain like iceberg orders, and without having any kind of like an actual order number, like using like, you know, CME information to get that iceberg information, because that's basically what it's doing. It's pulling that order information, looking at it and identifying it as an iceberg order and say, hey, this was an iceberg order, I'm going to mark it right here. And then once like I was explaining earlier today in the NQ chat, they were like, okay, so how does it know that's an iceberg order? And they basically ran through it. So basically the order has to go through the order book. Once the order book goes through, there's probably a tag on it that identifies it as an iceberg order. It's like a no-show order. Once that no-show order has been removed, then it will close out that order saying that, okay, this iceberg has been complete, and it goes away. And then it just sits there as, you know, it used to say, what is it? It did. I'm trying to remember what it was. I think it was T for traded. Yeah, I took those letters off because there was a lot of questions behind that. But like I said, I'm not sure if this is a new synthetic algo that's handling these orders, you know, because falling back to what we've seen lately on NQ and ES, NQ used to always have a cloud. Now we have that cloud on ES. It's so bad that we have to have filter data from the Trader Map Pro, so that way we can actually see how it should look back when normal hours for ES. Now with the ES, it's capped and you really can't read it because it's trying to keep it within a tight range, and that's getting annoying. But thankfully they have a filter for it now.
Well, the best you can do on your book map is level 2 data, right? So anything beyond that's going to have to be simulated.
Yes, this is true. So I want to take a look at this setting that you're talking about, the MV imbalance, because I want to believe this is looking at, let me see if I can pull it up. Yeah, this is what you're talking about right here on the ES.
Yeah.
So I'll bring it up for those in the queue just in case. So there's a little line or subchart icon that we can add that would actually show you the imbalance. And I believe this is reading, if I remember right. So it is on the ES is reading like 60 ticks up and down. So the lower this is, the more sensitive it becomes. The higher this number is, the more of price range it will read. So
I'm sorry, Alex. I can't see your mouse.
Okay.
What number is that?
So this right here for the half-life or halftime, if I remember correctly, range 1 to 500 in increments of 1. So I believe this is going to look like beyond this. It's like 60 ticks. So if I bring this number down, you'll see that that number. Let's go to 10. You see, so it should be 0. Yeah, so it's within 10. But if I expand this number, if I remember this correctly, this is the range it's going to be looking at. And I could be wrong because that could be this setting down here, or where is it? There's another one. Let me find it. Yeah, because I might be. Oh, here we go. I was reading it the wrong way. Here's this. The liquidity tracker. So basically it's going to read levels of DOMs and how many. So right now it's set to 10. So this one's just similar to the market pulse. So that's good to have. I'll leave that up because that looks like it's something that we could use. And where is it? We'll set it back to 60. And then I'll keep an eye on it, and I'll see if I can pull today's data and take a look at it and make sure that these are the right settings, because there's no sound or anything like that. So basically it's just going to print a box, whether on this chart right here, to identify on the right side of the chart, to identify whether there is or not. And these are the ones I've been using on the NQ, and it's been like giving me a lot of opportunities. Whereas if you had to sit and wait and identify, it puts a lot of autopilot kind of sense. So I'm looking for the setup, I know what I want, and it'll automatically print and make a sound. Now all I got to do is initiate my ATM order, and I sit back.
Nice. Hey, you're using NinjaTrader, right? For your ATMs?
Still. Yes.
Nice.
So I tried to get NinjaTrader 8 back on the machine. I did have a backup somewhere because with the 8.1 and above, they used I guess they call it the SSO, the single sign-on. And with that, you have to use your account login. But with the old version, or you can always set it up. Actually, no, you can in 8.1. You still have to log in with a single sign-on. I was trying to get the old system, but I can get it on my other computers, but I do not have, the order flow information, because you need that lifetime. So I figure I can use it on my other machines, like my laptop or something like that. If I need to, like, if I'm on the road and I need to make some trades or something like that, that should work pretty good. But
yeah. Yep. Yeah, this is level 2 stuff. Hey, look, I'm done trading. I need someone who can set up an ETF and just start trading for me, please.
Yeah.
Who's it going to be? Raise your hand right now. I need
it's going to be Ryan. It's going to be Ryan.
It's going to be the Macticator.
Ryan's on his way.
Macticator.
Yeah.
The first time I saw that, I was calling it a Macdicator. Because I was using the MACD, and every time I saw the MACD, I'm like, oh, Macdicator.
Yeah. I was waiting for somebody to call that out like that.
That's all right.
I'm sorry, man. Now I feel like a sucker. Dang.
No, no worries.
No, you'll feel like a sucker when I develop a strategy for it, which I'm almost there.
Yeah, that's the move. That's the move.
Yep, that's the goal. I see these continuation gaps, and I'll highlight them with let's say, for instance, that's a bullish one. So we'll just do a bull gap. So I'll highlight it right now with a donut, and we can actually now strategize, and I'm working on it further in depth, but we can actually take this trade at this particular setup. When it comes back down to it, we can go long from it or go short from it for 5 points. And being that we can now identify what gap is happening, we can actually tell the strategy to trade particular gaps, not just every gap. So, which is what, we'll pay in the long run for 5 points and TP, on a stop loss of maybe 10. If it's not, and I've been watching and learning this indicator so well that, like, this right here is a reversal gap. Well, what makes it a reversal gap is we had a bullish candle followed by a bearish candle that didn't have a parallel.
Where is that reversal gap again?
Right here, it's at 22
0.10.
210. Yeah. Yeah. So that is a reversal gap. So typically that is that would be possible double top in this particular scenario, which you could put a stop loss, do a entry and a stop loss shortly above this candle over here on the left, and then give or take 5 points, and then go short, and you can go short for 5 points. We got pivots up here, so we can obviously tell the strategy a little bit more decisive things to help with that strategy. The gap that I put as a donut was a continuation gap. So you could long from there. I've noticed that continuation gaps down or long, continuation gaps up are bullish. So like here you would want to long at this level, this gap here at 22,027 when we get there. Um, right now we're rejecting 22,0202. So, but you know what? I'm hoping that the strategy picks that up and you can actually have a bot do it for you. And when we
Mhm.
get to that point, then that strategy would be solid.
That's a game plan.
The game plan, yes.
Yeah, but for now, I'm just gonna stick to the dings. The dings have been playing out. I mean, they're small wins, but it's like, you know, if you sit so many hours here waiting for the setup, where I mean, I'm literally in the kitchen doing something, and I hear the ding, I'm like, hit that fucking buy button, then walk away, and then let the ATM take care of itself.
We got a programmer in the chat.
I know, I saw that. I think Swish and Bits, Swish, yeah, he said I might be able to on my program. All right, well, send us a DM, send it to Ryan. He'll probably can use some help.
Yeah, that would be great. I'll get you sign a NDA and get to work.
Yeah.
Ryan, get your bot set up in an ETF, all right? And I'll just pay you whatever commissions you need to get paid. Let me know.
I
Yeah.
appreciate that, John. I want to build a hedge fund. I got my kids trading at 2, 5, 6, and 9. So I'm trying to build my own personal hedge fund.
But they're trading Roblox.
They're trading Roblox as well.
Awesome.
But yeah, no, absolutely. I'll get it up and running here. Give me another 5 months to work on it. If I can get a programmer in here, that'd be more power to us. So
I'll give you another 5 years. You get an electronic trading fund set up that shows profitability, I'll be your first customer.
good deal.
That sounds like a good idea. Yeah. Hopefully we can get this done before. That'd be a nice thing to have. So that way it's always, you know, easier to manage and not have to like sit there. Because that's not a bad idea. Because once you get to the point, you know, just do you want to be day trading every day? No, you just want to invest.
Hey, listen, none of us are getting any younger. And
no, we're not.
AI is getting smarter and smarter. So.
Yep. Rage says, pay me, I'll sit here and do it.
Yeah, listen, I will pay you to make me money.
Yeah.
Trust me. Just show some profitability. I'm all in, buddy.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll be your best pal. How much do you want? Make me some money, and you're going to make some money too. ETFs are where it's at.
Yeah. Futures of Koha. So yeah, they basically, if you want to see the full screen, you can go ahead and join the Discord there, Futures. I do have the full screen up for NQ, so that way those of you who are missing it, you can always hop on there and get it. Normally it's in the VIP area. It's $150 for that area if you guys want to get in there. But yeah, if you're looking at if you want to see the whole NQ screen right now, you probably want to get on Discord and you'll be able to see the whole screen and be able to see Ryan's screen as well, rather than a split. But the reason why we're doing a split is so that way we can have this conversation with viewers. You know, Ryan's here, he's sharing us his trades. Old John decided to show he's been a long time viewer and mod for the TWB, and I appreciate him coming up tonight. I didn't know he was on. I had my volume down. If I would have had it up, I would have heard it. I would have come. Hey, that sounds familiar. Let me get over there.
Yeah, we appreciate you, Alex, and have for many years. And listen, I trade anywhere from 10 to 16 hours a day, every single day the market is open. I'm not always talking, but, you know, I'm always around and always will be.
I feel you, man, because it's like sometimes this is like a child, you know, it's a little child that you always got to check on, and it's like, is the stream up? Yep, it's still up. All right, are we in a trade? Nope, not yet. Let's find a trade. Let's go. So yeah, I would say 16-hour days. It sounds about right. I mean, it's always on, it's always running. You know, I cannot deny that there is a trade station in my house. So you walk by it, I'm like, maybe I should take this trade. You know.
Oh yeah. Isn't that the fun though, man? Scalping and sniping, just sitting down at the computer, looking at your charts, watching your indicators, and 30 seconds later taking a trade that you hold for all of 5 minutes and win. Oh my God. It's dangerously fun.
Yeah, it's
Dopamine.
It is. It's addictive.
We're trading high, John. I mean, really, honestly, it's dopamine. We are trading high.
Yeah.
It's a statistic and also a medical, like, they research that there's so much dopamine that we put into our systems that when we're trading, that we're trading
get
so
exhausted.
We're
Yeah, we get
stoned.
exhausted. Yeah.
And exhausted.
Yeah, because it's like you get that rush, that adrenaline rush, and then you're like, oh, after a few hours, you're like, I need to take a break.
I appreciate you, Ryan, for coming out with that, because that's 100% true. We really do just live and die on brain excretions, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
It's a very true story. I've experienced plenty of days, years. My wife's like, "How high are you?" I'm like,
Hi,
well,
how are you?
you know, right, exactly. I'm like, well, I'm up or I'm down this much. She look at the lost P&L and she's like, "You're real high."
Yes.
That's awesome. You'll know you've made it when a loss has zero effect on your mental balance. I don't know if I'm using the right.
No, you're right. When you're in a trade and you know, like, you can close it even though it's like one of your biggest losers, and you're like, okay, I just took a big loss, and you know what, I'm gonna walk away and I'll come back tomorrow. And you come back tomorrow and you do not the same thing or repeat the same mistake, but you can go back to it without having to take a long extended break. You know, if you can get back into it right after that, then, you know, I mean, sometimes you do need to have a little, like, reset, but, you know, you have to manage those risks. That's what Ryan always said, manage those risks.
That's it. Yeah. And if you're worried about risk, you have no business trading minis. You should be in micros.
Yeah.
Trading 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 micros using the same strategy you'd be using trading minis.
Yeah.
And like I said earlier, it's all about the digits, man. The bigger those digits get in your live account, so long as you're not making withdrawals, the better position you're putting yourself into. So instead of making a $20 win on micros, you're making a $200 win on minis. So instead of one contract now, let's say you're trading 10. Well, that $200 is $2,000 now.
Yeah.
Well, and like I said, once that margin gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, then you will find yourself in a number of years literally making more money per day than you could make in 6 months. But the trick is trade because you want to. Trade because you enjoy it, not because you have to.
That's the trick.
The traders who are trading because they need to make a mortgage payment, oh, fuck.
No.
That's absolutely the wrong reason. Yeah.
That will put you out quick, because when you take that loss, you're going to be like, what did I do?
Yeah, that emotion that gets involved in a trade, whether you win or lose, is the enemy. Maybe some of you have seen, because I'm no I'm not shy about posting pictures of my computers or my setups or anything about my life. I'm happy to share it. But on my laptop, I have a little piece of paper taped to the keyboard that says, "Know your enemy. Doubt, fear, greed, and hope." If you feel any of those before clicking a mouse button, you're making a shit trade.
Yeah.
If there's any emotion involved in any of your trades, then you're not appropriately managing your risk versus reward. You should be able to take a loss after a loss after a loss, depending upon your strategy, before you shut it down for the day. You know what I mean? I give myself personally 3 losses. If I take 3 losses back to back, I'm shutting it down. That's it. I'm taking a nap. I'm going for a dip in the pool.
Oh, man.
I'm done.
Yeah.
If I get a win before that 3rd loss hits, then my strategy allows me 5 losses.
Okay.
If I'm winning in between the 1 and the 3. And so, but yeah, it's all about managing risk. If you have any emotional attachment to any click of the mouse, you're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong.
Absolutely. I mean, you got to be able to do this like a machine, because like you said, I mean, basically we're fighting the other side. So, we're either buyers or sellers in the market. So we are trying to find that middle ground where we can take the ride and ride the wave, because it's like our 1 or 2 contracts that we're trading that's not gonna move the market. We want to ride those big players, whoever's making those big moves. It's like that's what we want to ride on. Those algos that see those pivots, those different indicators that everybody's used to looking at. That's what we need to use. That's our edge. And using a heat map helps us identify, okay, these orders are starting to show up. Well, why is that? When you start to, like you said, when you start to do the research and you start to understand, like, these are fibs, these are pivots, these are different levels that, standard deviation,
Yeah.
or even if it's, economic news that has to do with, okay, the market is starting to turn, stocks and equities are doing something. So now they have to go to the futures because futures are liquid. They have to go to futures and start to hedge. So, you'll start to see certain things and certain areas start to, flip and change. The same with like how the last Thursday with that strike, we saw oil run.
Yep.
Oil was running, oil prices shot up. And I was like, okay, so this is obviously somewhere related to somewhere in the Middle East, because oil just shot up. And, the only thing I could think of was war somewhere in Israel, Iran, Iraq, where all the oil is coming from, OPEC. And sure enough, as I found the news, I was like, oh, there it is. But, we have to take those trades when we see them. Like I said, earlier today, if I think it was Fresh Fade, he was having an issue on NQ. He was like kind of like not really getting his edge. And basically I just said, yeah, I mean, today is the day. If you can't see it and it's not working for you, there's other options to trade. You can trade the gold, you can trade CL. There's bonds. If you have that on your prop account, you can trade those. There's a whole bunch of other things, just take a break and pay yourself and stay flat.
That's the best advice ever. Or just take a break, for crying out loud. Turn it off for a day.
Turn it off. Today's a day to enjoy. Come back tomorrow.
Well, I really appreciate the both of you, Alex and Ryan, and of course, everyone who shares and contributes in the live trading, because although sometimes you have to kind of wade through, some comments or some sharing that might just come from somebody else.
Right.
there are an awful lot of just golden
Noise.
nuggets. Yeah, you got to know enough to see what's noise and what the real nuggets are. And if I'm in chat and I see anyone post a level, like my mind goes in to overdrive. I'm searching that level. They had the balls to post a number to say I'm expecting a reversal here. The first order of business is finding
prove them wrong.
Yes, chose that reversal. Like
every time I'm in the same mode. I was like, why are they doing that? And I'm looking. It's my goal. I make that mission for the whole day to find out and prove them wrong. I'm like, and I don't say anything. I'm searching the charts. I'm looking. I'm like, okay, so why did they say that? What proof do they have?
Right. Yeah. What is it about that number specifically? What is it? Is it something on the hourly chart? Whether it's some sort of pivot or Fibonacci? Is it on the weekly? Is it on the monthly? Well, we're looking at IBH since market open on Monday. What about that number are you talking about? Yeah. And so there are little bits and pieces people will throw out that might indicate, what strategy they're looking at. But, I'm just saying I really appreciate everyone who's active in chat, everyone who participates and shares. It's so important for us who are seeking success to surround ourselves with like-minded people.
Exactly.
You just can't put a dollar amount on it. You can't put a price on that. It's priceless. I appreciate all of you so much.
Yeah, well, anytime, old John, you want to join us and talk about things, we're always here. We try to do this as much as can evenings. When time is available. I know for me, like my schedule for when I can get here, it's a little bit off. Like Ryan is an hour ahead of me, so he can get into it a lot sooner than I can. But we'll see if I can keep up and get this going. Hopefully we'll do this more often than not, and that way we can have more people come up and talk about it. I know the chat's like, who is talking? Is Jesus talking? Yeah, I'm talking to him.
Yeah. No,
yeah,
that's
God.
That is so good. Hey, look, I get so much junk mail from former live trading rooms I used to belong to, and they're all just such a bunch of jokers. I had to stop myself from using the F word there. Excuse me.
No worries.
Hey, look, we're all in this for the same reason, and that's to have some fun and hopefully make some money.
Yes.
Ryan, you got a lot going on.
Yes, he does.
I wish I knew more about it, and I would like to, but look, I just don't want to look like the idiot asking dumb questions in chat. Forgive me for that.
No worries. I mean, hey, if you ever want a free or test run, just let me know. If you got a TV account, TradingView account, I could just send it over to me. I can always send you an invite. That way you can check it out and test run it. I mean, I did. You remember what was it? Trader Prad. I think he is test driving it too. Yeah. I haven't checked him out yet. I know he's heavy in TradingView, and I know he still streams every day in the evening, so I haven't seen his show in a minute.
Yeah.
He was kind of a oddball there, but yeah, he's still doing his thing. He's gotten better though. Not in his stream, he's gotten better.
All of us are a bit peculiar in our own ways.
Yes,
or we wouldn't be here in the first place.
We would not be. Exactly.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Hey, anytime. More than welcome.
Yeah, thanks, John. I noticed you popped up on the chat saying, "Hey, put me on the mic." I was like, "Yeah, for sure." Are you kidding me? John on the mic? Of course.
Yeah.
But again, if you have any questions, DM me. ask me if you want to feel the way that you said you wanted to feel. You can always DM me, and I'll definitely answer any questions about this indicator. You probably have a lot more time on the charts than I do, but I mean, it's just kind of one of those things where I really hope that this can take off, and I've spent a lot of time on it, and I know that it's not ICT, but it's not, it's definitely imbalances, but I noticed them a year and a half back. I was like, man, I need to track these things because this is money. This is, if I know how to trade these things, I know I can make money. And I synced up with Alex. I started calling out levels based off of those setups, and Alex was like, "Hey, what are you doing?" Because it's working.
Yeah.
you know.
Well, I was
So
doing exactly what Old John was saying. I was like, "What are you doing? We can find out these numbers." So I was like, and then I see how prices bouncing off of it. I was like, "The hell has he got?" So yeah,
Right. Well,
yeah.
well, look, I got to be honest. I do have coaches, and I have gone to great effort to surround myself with like-minded, successful traders.
Like Loth is he still doing his thing over in his Discord?
Holy fuck. Oh my God. Loth is on fire. And
Okay.
and the I would highly recommend checking into loss trading and just keeping an eye on the futures room, because there are nuggets of free money that just get thrown out there. And once you get to know the people, as I have over the years, you know who's trolling, you know who's having fun.
Yeah.
But again, it was through Loth that I came to understand what motivates the market makers. And when you see the algorithms and the algors start dancing with one another, it looks like manipulation, but then you understand it's all about managing stops and take profits by the algos. These are not real people. It's not manipulation. This is what the algos are looking at. There are different techniques. Yeah, that's where I was clued into all of that is through Loth's trading.
Yeah, because when you start mentioning all the things you said, I was like, this sounds familiar.
It does sound, well, listen, I was talking about traders who are making $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a day. They don't do it because they're so much more amazing than you and I are doing it. They do it because they don't cash out their accounts. They let that money grow and grow and grow. And so their trading margin is so high, they don't care if the market goes 100 points in the other direction. They've got enough margin to ride it back up. And they're like, oh, well, it went the other way. Here's where it's going to go. Now we're at the low. You know what? I'm going to buy 10 more contracts, which, halves my price. Now it doesn't have to get as high, but I'll double my profit when it hits the mark I originally anticipated. And you see that day after day after day after day. It's not about who's better than who. It's about who has the most margin and can allow the market to deviate the furthest without having to cancel an order. That's what I've learned. The folks who are making the most money at this are the folks who never, ever withdraw money out of their trading accounts. And that's the trick. You want to make $200 a day, or do you want to make $20,000 a day? The Yeah, well, the bigger your margin gets, the more contracts you can trade with zero change to your strategy.
Yep.
And that's the trick. If you're trading just to make ends meet, you're fucked. You're done.
Yeah, this is not
You'll
for
get
you.
a new job. It's definitely not for you.
Yeah, because then you have another stress or another distraction that's gonna cloud your vision or cloud what you're looking for. Because then you're gonna be taking bad trades, and bad trades gonna lead to more bad trades. Next day, you're not gonna be starting all over again. So, yeah,
And then you
the
get
whole idea.
emotionally connected to every time you click a mouse button.
Yeah.
Well, what's that worth?
Yeah, it could be worth a lot.
Well, yeah. Look, I've spent my entire life digging ditches, proverbially, not literally, and you know, digging ditches is great, super satisfying. You know, at the end of the day, you've accomplished something. Reminds me of a little saying. There's a guy who was completely frustrated with life. And he just could not see himself digging ditches and toiling over the health of his family every single day. It was driving him mad. And then he met a Buddhist and learned that the only thing in life he needed to be happy and to find satisfaction was to dig ditches and be concerned about his family. So with trading, there is a mindset. If you need a click of the mouse to go one way or the other, or it's going to ruin you, if it's going to destroy your mood, if it's going to distract your thoughts, then you probably should not be making that trade. If you can't make a trade and afford to lose it, then your risk management is way off. You need to talk to a coach and revise your strategy. Like literally pay someone to look at your trading history and tell you, here's what you're doing wrong. Knock that off. And then all of a sudden your trades, even though they might only be worth 20 or 50 bucks a trade, after a year, and guess what? Your trades are worth $500 or $1,000.
Yeah, because once you get
another,
to that point, once you get to that point, you can start sizing up.
5 or 10 years, yeah, then you're making 10 grand a day instead of $10 a day. And all you had to do was walk the path, manage your risk, and leave the money where it was sitting. That's a trick. Don't cash it out.
No cashing out. Just send me money. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, when I'm ready to retire, I'll be ready to retire.
Yeah, because then you can just cash out that big account and like, all right, well, let's see how much I got in here. Well, yeah, I guess we got a good nest egg. We can go ahead and retire to the islands.
Do you remember Barbara, who used to post way back? You remember Barbara?
I do.
Yeah, she, by other names, her aliases have changed over the years. But she's banking an easy $20,000 per day. And it's not because she's special. It's not because she's doing anything unique. Not because she's different. It's only because she was afforded the luxury of not having to make withdrawals out of that account. When she started trading, it was, okay, you've got 5 years to build this account, start building. And she built it up. And you look, she's got enough margin now that losing $20,000 to her is literally no different than losing $20 to some of us or $200 to some others. The point is is about leaving your margin in your account to allow the market to change a direction. It allows you to be wrong. Go ahead, be wrong. But you've got enough margin, right, that if it chases in the other direction, you'll be able to withstand it and still pull a profit tomorrow morning. It's a hard lesson to learn, but you're not here to make money and spend it. You're just here to make it and then watch it grow and keep growing and keep growing. Next thing you know, your $200 or $20 a day trades are going to be worth $20,000. It's inevitable. It's bound to happen as long as you leave the money and you're trading a good strategy. It's inevitable. It's going to happen for you.
Yeah, guaranteed. Guaranteed. Just got to keep at it, grind away, take those small wins. Eventually those small wins turn to big, and it just snowballs downhill. And it's a big snowball that will like really put you where you want to be. And at that point, then you can look at taking quarterly payouts or, you know, however you want to manage it. But like that's, you know, you always got to remember, you got to pay yourself, and you also always pay Uncle Sam because he's always going to be waiting for that check. So when it's time to make that payout and at the end of the year, and you're like, all right, well, let's see how much I made. Don't forget to pay yourself. So that way, all those days and months and weeks and nights that you spend looking at charts, you have a little something to look at, because that's important too as well. So, but yeah, you know, definitely snowball that account size, so that way it's one thing to have. You know, you don't want to be trading and trying to like, well, I got these bills coming up, so I got to make this money. That is not the way to trade. So I guess the Adventure Kids was asking, what does Barbara trade now? He's still there. He's muted. Well, I'm gonna take one. I think probably Barbara is trading the ES. We'll just stick with that. What happened to the stops? I think we might have crashed something. Let me take a look, because I noticed that they all went. There was an update that got pushed out before it started, and let me make sure that they're on. Yeah, they turned them off for me. Yep.
So I guess the Adventure Kids used the Macticator on gold. Like the way it worked, I guess. Adventure Kids. Barbara?
Oh, he was asking, what does Barbara trade right now?
Barbara. Is that Barbara Strand? Who was that? Stantride? Or
Barbara Streisand?
Is that who it is?
No, that's not who it is.
No, I don't know who Barbara is, actually.
Yeah, no. I do remember the name, but I don't know what changed her name to. But we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, she changed her name because she realized all of a sudden that she's old like me, that all of a sudden stalkers come out of nowhere once you start getting right. And so, yeah, you'll never find her unless you know who you're looking for. But she's a winner, man. She's a winner. And I say that with all due respect because she never pulls money out of her trading accounts. That margin gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And instead of trading one account, she moves to 10 accounts. Then she's at 30 accounts. Now she's trading 50 accounts at a go. Now she's hedging on multiple markets. It's like, you know, look, like I said, and I'm a broken record at this point, but if you're trading to pay your bills, you're doing it wrong. The idea is to let that money sit, right?
Exactly. Oh,
I
so
like it. I mean, I don't have a problem with it. The idea of paying yourself, sure, that's good too. But
yeah, fab,
I,
100%. I don't think it's fab. It could be.
could be
I don't
fab.
think it's fab. Fab lifestyles. I don't think
It
that's
could,
Barbara. It could be though.
could be. Um, no, I actually this with this account I deposited and I haven't withdrawn yet. So I agree with that. I know you do have to pay yourself at some point, but then what is that payment? Is it going to be a 1-year salary? Is it going to be a monthly salary? Is it going to be wait 5 years and then withdraw a whole lifestyle salary? That's the concept.
That's the concept. Well, that goes to like, okay, what is your plan? And the plan should be, how big of a loss can you take? That's the plan. The contingency should be, how much can you lose? And when you get to that point, that's when you can start paying yourself.
I think you're right. That makes an awful lot of sense. If you're trading micros and you're just happy to make $50 a day, well, then keep making that $50 a day and leave that money sit where it's at. So one day you can move to minis, and instead of making $50 a day, you're making $500 a day. It doesn't make sense to start pulling cash out of an account just to buy yourself a movie and some appetizers and maybe a cocktail afterwards at some super nice bar. That doesn't make any sense. Wouldn't you rather, if your margins is relative, wouldn't you rather to be able to afford to lose $5,000 a day rather than $50 a day? The only difference is how much is still in that account. Mm-hmm. Rewarding yourself is critically important. It's so important. I get that, Ryan. Where do you draw the line? I guess it all boils down to what risk you're willing to accept. If you're trading micros, let's say you're trading 5 accounts at $5 each, that's $25, which is half the price of a single contract in minis. Where's your stop loss at? How much can you afford to lose on your margin before you have to absolutely quit trading for the day? And it's unique. It's not a one size fits all. But rewarding yourself and being able to pat yourself on the back, maybe being able to take a digit or two and take your wife out to a fancy chef's table and enjoy a tasting menu. Man, you can't put a price on something like that. Those are memories you'll have for the rest of your life. It's a very personal thing. It would be good. I wish more influencers talked about risk management.
Yeah, I'd second that, because it's like everybody else is just talking about, get that bag, get it out, go spend it and come back and do it again. And that's probably not the right way to do it. I mean, unless you're a trust fund baby, then you're like, all right, yeah, I guess you can. But I mean, shoot, my money didn't grow overnight, that's for sure. So definitely going to be taking it easy.
That's it. Yeah. Look, a lot of people are happy to sink a bunch of their paycheck into a 401, which is okay. But what you're doing is you're allowing someone else to manage your money for
Correct.
you.
Yeah.
And the likelihood that if following similar strategies, you were trading that money for yourself, you could earn double that. So it's not a small endeavor to strike off into trading, whether you're trading bonds or foreign currency, futures, options. Listen, I'm preaching to the choir here. But look, if you could earn, let's say, 11 or 12% per week, then there's no 401k that could match your own abilities.
There's
So long as if your risk management is in line and you know what you're willing to lose without having to require withdrawals off that same account to keep your daily bills paid, then you may as well manage your own retirement. Am I right?
That is right.
Tell
Agreed.
me.
100% agree.
$9.38. What's that? Oh, VWAP. Is that a lottery number there, Rage? That you weren't doing that anymore.
TP to me.
Oh, he TP'd? Yeah.
38.
That's his target. Oh, okay. Yeah, I like that target. Following these different things over here. Looks like starting to see the market roll. Okay, so yeah, we had the stops and icebergs were off. It looks like the heat map pushed a new update, and they went back to the previous update that they had pushed, which was giving us stops, which like a do not what is it? Do not enter road sign. So it's like a circle with a line on it instead of it was a stop sign, I think, at one point. And icebergs look more like ice. So, and I flipped them over to the appropriate colors: green for buying, red for selling. Same for the stops. So you have a red dot with a line and a green dot with a line. So they should be correlating. And I think I got the settings right for the filters. I might have to go back and take a look at what I had before, but we can always adjust that on the fly as things pick up. But yeah, thanks for whoever in the chat on the YouTube mentioned what happened to the stops and icebergs. It's like, I don't know what happened to them. They should be there. I see them on the sub chart, but I wasn't seeing them on the chart itself.
Alex and Ryan, I'm only looking at the ES heat map. But when I see the POC jump like that, I'm expecting another jump in price. I don't know if you guys are looking at the same thing I'm looking at.
Yes, I believe the same thing. Anytime POC goes above VWAP, I'm expecting price to get above that bell curve. So I'm looking at the 60.42, and I'm expecting it to break above 60.48 on the NQ. Right now for the ES, for the NQ now, we're building this area 9. Let's say, what is this? 975. It looks like where we might have the new POC that's coming up somewhere in this area. Let's see. Let's get more exact. Yeah, 975, 972. Looks like we'll have a new POC hop if we consolidate any more in this zone. So expect that to come up. So basically all we're doing is we're taking a look on the volume profile, and if you look at the session volume profile, you'll see this. I noticed somebody in the chat, I think it was Carlos, was mentioning that the delta on the CVP and this SVP is the best way to look at that. And basically what that does, it takes out where all the orders are and filters it just so that way you're just looking at delta. So for example, I'm going to show you guys. So right now it's split. We'll combine it just so that way you see how it looks. So that's what it looks like when it's combined. And then if we flip over, configure it, and we change it over just to the deltas, and let's see if I can find it again. There we go, deltas. And now with the deltas on, now you see where all the buyers and sellers are. So you see where our current POC is right now on the NQ. Looks like the 937, we had like 400 buyers on the delta side. So that's the line that we're looking. Now with the new delta should be printing up over here. So this must have been an iceberg order that went through that printed this line on NQ. So when we see the new delta shift, it should be somewhere up here. That's where we'll be. But one of the reasons why I don't have this on the left side is because we lose the information of where the highest volume has been traded. And that's one of the main reasons why I don't use the delta. And I didn't get a chance to tell him that, but I will see next time I see him, I'll let him know. And then we'll split it back so that we can see buyers and sellers. And that's pretty much what we use the session and chart volume profiles for. So let me get back out. Hopefully that gives you guys a little nugget of information on how to read these columns.
Appreciate you.
Anytime.
I may say I'm looking at my numbers on ES, and forgive me, Ryan, because I keep going back to ES, and I know it's not really your gig.
Actually, you'd be surprised. I'm an outlier myself. I trade SPY, SPX, and watch ES, RTH, regular trading hours.
Oh, nice.
So I'm very familiar with that concept. Not so much ETH, extended trading hours, but just during regular trading hours, I only focus on SPX, SPY, XSP, and I trade options. So don't even apologize. I'm a very universal trader.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
He wears many hats.
But looking at ES then, according to the charts and numbers I'm looking at, I'm thinking we continue the bearish action to probably 36, maybe 35 before a bounce. I got to tell you, any number between 42 and 36, I have zero interest in trading. Are we looking at similar numbers? What do you see, bud?
Based off what I'm looking at on the ES, if we can't hold or find a way to get above 6,041.50, we're gonna probably go test 37.75. If we can't find a bid there, we'll probably, if there's anything around 36.75, and then if we can't keep that going, we'll go right down back to VWAP at 34. Is my short opinion bias or idea. If we find a bid, since we're floating underneath the 200, it finds me, and we're below the 9, we're below the 20 on the EMAs, and just went below the 5. We would have to catch a nice little bid up, a bullish, trust me on bullish candle, come back up to retest 49. But we made a lower high. So in my opinion, that was also not only a lower high, but that was a double top on the ES. So we're downtrending right now. I know we're moving pretty slow at the moment, but we're on top of a volume imbalance, a one tick volume imbalance on the ES at 40. And if we break that 39.75, we're gonna come right back down into this volume imbalance pretty quick. We'll fill this reversal gap here, and we'll probably float here for a little bit at 37.75 and make a decision if they want to go back to VWAP or retest the 200 EMA. So I'm looking for 38 on the ES, in my opinion.
Appreciate that. I'm looking at the liquidity down at 35. Which is a pretty important number. Actually, is closer to probably 36.50-ish, which is a pretty key fib. But on the heat map, I'm seeing the orders change with such incredible frequency that only algos could be making this price jump around, even where it's at here in the 40s. So I'm thinking there's going to be some consolidation here. And we're right at POC do we drop down to VWAP and beyond? Or if it's going to bounce, let's say to the 60-50 and retry that, it's going to have to get there quick. And it's going to have to get there prior to hitting 37-ish. You see the liquidity at 35.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you can see the liquidity at 35. I'm looking at volumes. Volume deltas are selling, so it's like it's clearly wants to get to 35. Like you said, we have a new POC at right around 41, 42. So definitely now it's time for the buyers to step in if they want to push it up higher. Not seeing that happening.
Yeah. I don't either. You see that first standard deviation from the anchored VWAP is also right next to POC, which tells me we're going to get a drop.
Yeah.
At least to 35, which is just above VWAP. But again, the heat map was showing yellow to orange, So those algos are moving around in a way I can't predict.
Yeah, because at the same time, you're also going to remember you got the standard deviation. Most people are looking at that as well. They're like, oh, here's a standard deviation. We're bouncing through it. We're going through it. We're testing it. It's like, so as a trader, you're like, okay, if I'm trading with my emotions, the first time we came down, and if I zoom out a little bit on the ES, you'll see like around 1900 hours my time, we came down into the SD, this one standard deviation. We went up, almost tagged the 50 liquidity, came back down, tried to do it again, and then we came back to that first standard deviation, and now we're like trading around. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a pop to the upside a little bit, because now we're like, okay, this is 1, 2, 3, 4 times just to take like a fake out. Like you said, the algos are doing something, and they're going to try to do a little fake out, so that way they can maybe get people like, all right, I'm going to go short, flip it around, go long a little bit, and then go back the other way and go short. And you'll see that with the deltas as they come in, and then hopefully we'll get a print on these market volume stops or market volume imbalances, and that will trigger that. So that's what I'm looking for. If I was going to go short, I'm going to wait for this TTW MVI to print, and that's the direction I'm going to take the trade with reasonable risk. Obviously, you do have a buying iceberg down here, so that's going to slow us down at the 60-40. It's still open. You have one selling iceberg up here that's transacted, so we don't know how big that one is. So it could be 10, it could be 100, it could be 1,000. We have no idea. But the 50, we know that we at least had 50 that were transacted at this level, and it's riding it. So we've tested it 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Definitely might see some upside. Once this iceberg is gone, we're gonna go right through it.
You think?
I hope so. That's what I'm saying. If I was going to put money on it, that's where I'm putting my money. So that's why I'm like, I'm going to wait for the MVI to print, and that's the direction I'm going to take. But I see it now, looking at it and with breaking it down and just looking at liquidity and using the heat map and orders. We do see, when I zoom out, there is an algo that's out there, and it went in heavy at the 5987. 5987.50. It came on, and then it moved it, and then it took it out. So I was looking for it elsewhere, and I don't see it anywhere else. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Yeah,
I'm seeing a lot of consolidation over the last 10, 20, 30, 40, over the last 50 minutes between 40 and 44.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to call it consolidation with slightly bearish action.
I,
Um,
I agree. I mean, it's you can obviously see the deltas are selling.
I
That's why
mean, you can see it, and yet all of the indicators are showing bullishness.
Mm.
And I'm looking at the 15. I know looking at candles is like reading tea leaves, but if you look at 15, you see it's pretty wicky up above 40.
Well, that's not
Two
bad.
bullish candles heading that way.
Let me take a look at the 15 because I always look at the 15 or the 30. Those are my higher time frames, 15 and 30, because it's like, yeah, that is very wiki. Yep. And it's more on the sell side, more wick on the on selling down, not so much wicks on buying it up. So
right.
Hopefully it pushes back down to that VWAP. We'll see.
You think it will?
There's a gap. Not a Ryan gap, but there's a gap between the volume profiles. You got two profiles, two mountains. So right in the middle where VWAP is, that's the gap. So it wants to come back down, fill that gap, and then continue into the next direction. And we're actually riding off of last sessions now that I look at it better. Previous sessions POC. So yeah, 60-40. Now look at that. I don't even have to update my micro volume high nodes. They're already there.
They're there.
They're there.
No, they're solid. Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't changed these in like 3 months. I'm serious. I mean, all I've done this whole last contract, I have not printed a new micro high volume node. It's been the same numbers. All I've done is just update the contract expiration. So, if anybody's watching, just type in MHVN in the chat or even in Discord, and Nightbot will give you a link to the GitHub. And if you have a bookmap for yourself, you can use the cloud notes and plug in. You got to go to like the raw, I think is what you do. So basically, I'll open up a little window. Let's see if I can get one here. So basically, let's go to GitHub. Let's see. Obviously, get an account. Get all these.
This is looking very squeezy. Ryan, are you flat? What are you waiting for?
No, he's still in a position.
Still in the trade.
Yeah. So basically, here's a little screenshot of my GitHub that you can use. And this is where it'll take you to. And basically, you want to do is there's a little button right here that says raw. You click on that link. It'll give you this information right here. And basically, just copy the web address from the raw. And then you'll put that information into your cloud notes. And anytime I make an update, all this information on the chart. This mostly works with Rhythmic. And if you have like bookmap data, I can do it as well because I do have bookmap data as well. And I haven't rolled the ones for bookmap yet, so I can always get that data updated because I was going to cancel it, but I figured, two data sources is better than one. With all the issues we've had with Rhythmic in the past and, it going down and crashing, I figured why not have a second source? It's better than relying on NinjaTrader to give me the data because then I lose all the MBO data. I don't get that through NinjaTrader. So two sources for the heat map data is probably better than one. So if anything goes wrong, we can always flip over to the other side, to the right side chart, which is the bookmap data. Nice.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. Redundancy. I'm working on I haven't started the other machine yet because with the last hiccup I had with the stream machine going down, I think for this year towards the end of the quarter I'll I have to spend some money. I'll probably spend some money. I'll see. I'm waiting for the tariff war to settle out a little bit before I start spending money, because I would hate to like, all right, let's buy something, and then next thing you know, it's like 50%, 100% more than what I wanted to spend. But you know, the next system that's going to be built, it's going to be, you know, a total different hardware, not relying on the same, so that way it's redundant from, or not the same identical system, so that way I won't have the same problems like I did before, because my older machine ran the stream with no problem, you know, and that machine is, I want to say, almost 6 or 8 years old. So if an 8-year-old machine can run 24/7, I don't understand why the 2-year-old machine with a 13 gen Intel Core processor couldn't run 24/7. So clearly there's an issue.
I've heard Intels don't like long duration work.
No, they don't
work their ass off so long as you keep them on a shift. You can't run them around the clock.
No, this new, I think after the 11th gen is basically what they have, like it's like an internal timer, whereas the more hours that you put on it, it actually will degrade the chip. So on the weekends, the machine used to stay on all the time. I figured now, once Friday hits, you know, I'm shutting down everything. That thing goes to sleep. So I used to run 24/7 because I used to run other things on it, but I was like, that pays the bills to keep this stream running. So we'll take care of that one.
Nice. Man, looks like Ryan's stream is hung up. Looks like YouTube is hanging up. Maybe it's my feed.
Oh, no. Oh, they cut your line? They said no more.
Yeah, no. Hey, look, I don't use over 2 terabytes of data per month, so I'm not using a bunch. It's all streaming, man.
Yeah. Check, because
it's all streaming charts.
Yeah.
Not a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm back. Everything's running again. So tell me, boys, when we gonna fly down to Costa Rica and do some fishing?
I'm down.
I'll meet you there.
I'm down, Costa Rica. I've been there. I was Guanacaste, I think, a couple years back. That was pretty nice. I like that.
What are we fishing for?
I'll ask my captain. But basically, it's going to be pelagics. So tuna, dolphin, otherwise known as mahi-mahi or dorado. Yeah, depending on where you're from. So more mahi and more tuna than you can catch. If you can make it past lunch, then we'll start chasing billfish, sailfish, and marlin.
Oh, man. I've seen the movie, so I've never done that.
No? Oh, it's you cannot plan. You can't imagine the thrill of hooking up a marlin. You're in a boat doing 15 knots with 10 to 12 lines hanging off the back of the boats. A single marlin will hit your line, start swimming at 60 miles an hour, while everyone else on the boat is freaking out trying to get the lines in so you can focus on the fish. This is a fish that if it swims into the back of the boat that you're standing in, it could kill you.
Mm-hmm.
Like the adrenaline, I can't believe that
Yeah, because I think you have to tire them out before you bring them in, because otherwise
you do.
you're not. They'll take you out because they're so big
They
and they have
will.
so much energy. Yeah, you literally have to exhaust them.
Yeah, no, a marlin can change directions mid swim and run you out of fishing line before you're able to take 2 breaths. So the captain has to be on point. He has to change direction to run parallel with the fish, but not so close to it that the angler loses slack on the line, because then they can just spit the hook and then it was all for nothing.
Yeah.
It gets very intense, but really it's just about hanging out on a boat, drinking a beer, drinking some ice cold water with a good crew, watching them work, and then just reeling in fish. That's the job, is just reeling until your arms are noodles. Last time I was down, I chartered the boat for a full day, and by 10:30, 11 in the morning, I was done. I was begging him to take me back to dock because I had no energy left. There just was nothing left.
Yeah.
But it was amazing. It was amazing. Hey, look, I can get us Airbnb on the side of a mountain overlooking Quepos Marina and the Pacific Ocean for about $40 a night per room. And she's got a full bar, restaurant, she cooks, swimming pool, side of the mountain, the whole thing. I think plane tickets now out of Fort Lauderdale to Costa Rica are around $650, $700 round trip.
Pretty cheap.
Which isn't bad, you know. Everything's more expensive now. So basically you're looking at $700-800 round trip airfare, $2,000 for the boat, divided among however many anglers are going out. And then maybe $30-40 a night for the Airbnb on the side of a mountain overlooking the marina in the Pacific. Yeah, it's not cheap, but look, if you wanted to reward yourself,
that's one way to do it.
Are you kidding?
It's hard for me to imagine a better way.
Man, I took a surf tour out there in Costa Rica. Hit up every Atlantic, every Pacific and Atlantic beach. We went Playa de Hermosa. We went several different beaches across we kind of like Endless Summer. If you look up the beaches in Costa Rica from Endless Summer, we went fishing. Went to Witch's Rock. I don't know if you've heard of it.
I have.
Yeah, went to Witch's Rock out there and surfed that. They were like, "Hey, be careful though of the crocodiles or the." Oh man, why am I having any? They're not crocodiles, but they're not alligators. Wow, they call them something.
Either crocs or caiman.
Caiman, yeah. Watch out for the caiman because they swim in the ocean. But yeah, no, we had a great time and it was cheap. It was cheap. We went down into San Jose for a little bit. It was beautiful though, man.
San Jose is a ton of fun, but you gotta watch your ass.
I think we're getting our move down here on the ES and NQ.
Looks like it.
Yeah, I'd love to go fishing. Are you kidding me? I have a YouTube channel of fishing.
So,
yeah.
Really?
Yeah, you want to see it? I'll share it in the Discord.
Or DM, whichever. Listen, if you boys are serious, we need to make this happen. And we can do it on the down low.
Right on.
I'm about chasing tuna all day long, man.
Yeah, no, you're not.
Yeah, absolutely. We hit the.
Tell me you're full of shit without telling me you're full of shit, bro. You start wheeling in tuna, right? I'm telling you, by 9:30 or 10 a.m., that's it. Your arms are noodles. You're done.
I go on full day trips out of San Diego to go tuna fishing, but I would ever hook up into one because I was never using those big weights with the 3 treble hooks on them. I forget what they're called. Anyway,
planers.
Yeah, that and the captain would put us on the fish, but just could never ever get into one. Or my knot was always too loose on my hook, so it slipped the knot. But
Hmm.
anyway, I guess I'll send you my YouTube though of what I do here in the Midwest.
Please do. I can send you some Costa Rica pics.
I put one in the chat. When I went down to Guanacaste, there was a nice little Airbnb. I don't know if it's still available, but it looks like it's not. But it was on top of a hill, looking down. Had a little plunge pool. It was like spot on, perfect. You know, got the
Guanacaste,
sunsets.
where at?
That was I think shoot, go back to where it was.
Are you near the bay or
Yeah, like I think
further north?
on the north, a little bit north.
Okay.
See if I can get the beach name.
Guanacaste.
Near Playa Flamingo. I think it's the
Okay.
biggest beach. Yeah.
Yep.
So it's like north of Tamarindo and let's see what's the other one.
Tamarindo is amazing.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, we were there a couple times. We visited there. That was nice. And a lot of good shopping there. But yeah, all in all, Costa Rica. I could go back. I definitely.
I'm telling you what. Hey, listen. This is a country where every student learns English as a second language. I mean, they just love Americans. And when you go to Costa Rica, you're going to be paying American prices.
Oh yeah, you do.
You know, you're going to be paying resort fees. You're going to be paying food fees. Costa Rica's expensive. And they do have a skin tax, which, so be it. Okay, cool. The people are beautiful, man. I mean, Costa Rica.
Another one to check out, Tahiti.
Tahiti?
Yes. Go to Moorea. Go to Moorea. It is so good. Last time I was there, Mark Zuckerberg was there. That's how good it was.
Moorea, Tahiti.
Yep.
That's a long ways out there, though, huh, bud?
That's not for me. It's not that far because but from Florida side, yeah, it is. It's a ways. But I mean, if you find yourself on that side of the states, if you're on the West Coast and you're like, you know what, where else can I go around here other than Hawaii? Check out Tahiti.
How far
Tahiti,
is it from where you're at?
For me, it was, I think we flew down from SeaTac down to LAX, and then from there went down to straight. It was direct from LAX to Papeete, and then we took a ferry from Papeete over to Moorea. So
okay,
it wasn't that bad. It was actually pretty cheap. I think the Airbnb we ended up getting was about $400 a night, but it was completely private with its own pool and stuff like that. So that was the way. And we didn't go with the overwater bungalow because it's like, yeah. We're like, should we? And I'm like, yeah, we don't need that.
You just be getting up every 15 minutes to piss.
Yeah, because the water is always blowing. Exactly. It's like, yeah, we can live without that. We got water. We got water at home. Yeah. Look at that gold trade. I don't know who was on gold, but that gold just ticked all the way up from 339. 33.90 all the way up to 34.10, just straight up to that node or that order, and it's kind of like now it's fading a little bit.
Wow,
not doing so much.
Where was I reading that gold was gonna tank during ETH? Where was that?
I am not sure where that was. I don't think it was here. I didn't see it.
No, yeah, I doubt it would have been here too.
All right, NDX, you have a good night. We'll see you later. Thanks for stopping by. Let's see what else is in here. I'm missing some chats. Richard, are you leaving with us? Are you taking off, or are you just saying good night?
Yeah, I'm gonna mix a nightcap. I'll be back in a bit here, boys. Give me a few.
All right, we'll be here.
Alex might be. I might be hopping off the stream myself. John, I'd love to go to Costa Rica and go fishing, man. No doubt. And then
He
probably
walked away.
hopped off.
Yeah, he
Oh,
walked away. He went to make a drink.
Okay.
You missed him.
Turn up the speaker. Okay.
Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, that would be a good idea. I mean,
I'd love
I
to.
just heard my name. Everything all right?
I was saying I'd love to go fishing with you in Costa Rica, but I got 4 kids I got to raise for the meantime. Give me a couple years, as you can hear in the background. But I mean,
God bless you, brother.
no, I'd love to go. Definitely planning a couple trips if I live through raising my children to at least 13.
You're on a mission from God. That fishing can wait. You let me know when you're ready. We'll make it happen.
For sure,
yeah.
no doubt. For sure. I got
we'll have to get you a whole villa.
that. No, they ain't coming with me, man. They're gonna be able to stay home. That's how far along here. I might take 1 or 2 with me because they're too young. But
yeah, the older ones will enjoy it.
Oh, they'd enjoy it too much.
Imagine on the beach every day, in the pool every day.
Oh yeah.
Jeez.
Dude, I'm a natural born traveler. But I'm gonna take this to the offside here and get to hop off the YouTube. I appreciate you having me up here, Alex. Thank you so much.
No worries, anytime.
John, it was a great talk, and stay in touch. I'll see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. and hit the like button.
Yeah, we'll get you up again. We'll try to set it up. I did have that audio thing set up last time, but what was it? That night there was a whole bunch of errors that were crashing the OBS. I was like, okay, so I can't do what I was doing. So I have to figure out another way to get audio over into Discord so that way you can hear what's going on. But I'll figure it out. There's a will, there's a way. So there's got to be something I'm missing, but I'll see what I can figure out. But yeah, anytime. Thanks. Anytime. Old John, hopefully you enjoy that nightcap. We'll catch up later. We'll do this again. I'll probably be more interested in the Costa Rica trip than Ryan. So I definitely will keep you in the loop if something comes up and we can plan something out.
Oh, hey, there might be a possibility I can go to Costa Rica and go fishing. Hold on. We'll see. I got the wife saying, I'll watch the kids.
Where do you live, Ryan? What state?
Oh, my wife was just kind of tuning in the other room. She was like, oh, I'll watch the kids while you go to Costa Rica and go fishing.
Hey, listen, Mrs. Ryan Mack, if you can hear me, my name is John, and I'm old, and I've been to Costa Rica a ton of times. We will fly from Florida to Costa Rica on a Thursday, and we will be back home on a Sunday. So it's basically 1 full day of travel to get to the fishing town in Costa Rica. The next day is going to be nothing but fishing, and we're going to be used up like retired NFL football players. We're going to be done. We need a full day of rest, and then we fly home. So it seems like a long time, Thursday through Sunday, but really, there's only 1 day of actual enjoyment in that. The rest of it is just catching fish and more fish and more fish and more fish. So really, it is kind of a working vacation if you think about it. But the benefits, oh, come on.
Yeah.
Tuna,
marlin.
Oh, man.
Swordfish, sailfish. Come on.
Dolphin.
All right, I'm getting hungry.
As long as I return alive and well, I got to check my passport. I'll get back to you on that.
All right, check it.
Hey, yeah, and listen, next time spend a couple bucks on global entry. trust me.
Oh yeah, that
After
global entry
saving
is
your
nice.
first 2 hours in the customs line and then being welcomed in saying, Mr. Ryan Mack, welcome back. Off you go. Grab your bags now.
On prior
Trust me,
service.
it's worth every dollar on that global entry.
I got the military ID. They let me through pretty quickly.
Oh, nice.
Nice. Perfect.
Yeah, that was great, especially when I came back from Costa Rica last time. Or no, I was in Cabo, and
Okay.
I followed Nikki, or what's her name, Azalea, Izzy Azalea out of
Oh,
the
okay,
plane. Yeah, she's a rapper, and
from Australia.
and she was at Costa Rica as well during that time, and she was on our same plane when we got back to customs. I followed, and she saw me get on the plane. I talked to her in the back of the line, and I just kind of went right behind her all the way through. They let me through, and the guy was like, "Did you know that was Izzy?" And I was like, "Yeah, I talked to her in Cabo when we got on the plane." So she gave me the eye. She dropped her sunglasses to check me out while she was with her what they call her entourage, and she had like 8 black guys, not to be racist or anything, 8 big black guys. So I didn't even want to look because I was gonna get my butt beat.
They'll jump in.
Yeah.
Iggy Azalea, yeah. So she was on the flight, and she looked back at me, and she's like, "Who is this guy running through all the customs like I am?" And I was just like, "I'm just some military personnel, we're just rolling." But
Prior
it was
service.
fun. So
It's good to have biometric identification, facial recognition. Those are all good things.
I agree.
fair enough. Yeah. All right. So all right. Well, we'll talk more about it. Let me check my passport. I think I got a couple years left on it. So, but thank you, everybody. Appreciate your time. Dran, stay green. You're in the Discord. Thanks for joining us. And Alex, good to have you come up. And John, thank you.
Anytime.
Hey, Ryan, thank you for hosting. I appreciate you. And Alex, thank you for joining. Always good to talk to you, my friends. You guys have a wonderful evening.
Same to you, John. Same to you, Ryan. See you guys later, and everybody else. All right.
Good.
We're back. So back to our normal show. You guys ready? Ready for this thing to move? Hope so. All right. Well, I'm gonna leave you guys. I'm gonna set some stuff up for the day shift stream. I can't believe I just said that, but for the day the day stream, and then we'll make sure everything's tuned and got all the right settings, because it looks like the tops and icebergs were off after that update. They did that to us last time. I missed it all night, and then somebody asked about it in the morning, and sure enough, I was like, oh shit, the settings were all different. So I think I had enough time to adjust the settings. I think are somewhere close to what they used to be. If not, we'll go back again and go through and make some more adjustments. It's easier to do once they've already been set, to make some changes, matter of just logging in and make some simple adjustments. But yeah, keep an eye out. We'll still waiting for the ding. Nothing yet. Trying to see which way we're gonna go. We'll zoom out. I think no, we're at the 30 minutes, so we'll zoom in a little bit so we can get a little more detail on the NQ. Play that helps. I think right there was good. And then we'll zoom out on the ES, so we got a full view, just enough right there. And then, like always, if you are a YouTube member, you have access to those commands in the chat. Remember not to abuse them. Quick way to lose them. Other than that, I'll still be here for a little bit, and I'll be quiet, but we'll see what happens. We'll wait for this move to break out.
Stop NQ sell. Iceberg NQ buy. Iceberg NQ buy. Iceberg and Q-Cell. Iceberg and QBuy. Iceberg and Q-Cell. Stop and Q sell. Iceberg and Q buy. Iceberg and Q buy. Stop NQ buy. Stop and Q sell. Stop NQ buy. Stop NQ buy. Iceberg and Q-Cell. Iceberg and QBuy. Iceberg and QBI. Absorption ES sellers. Absorption ES sellers. Sweep ES buyers. Sweep ES buyers. Iceberg and Q sell. Iceberg and Q buy. Absorption NQ buyers. Stop and Q buy. Iceberg and Q sell. Iceberg and Q sell. Iceberg and Q sell. Iceberg and Q sell. Iceberg and Q buy. Iceberg and Q sell. Iceberg NQ buy. Absorption ES sellers. Absorption ES sellers. Sweep ES buyers. Sweep ES buyers. Stop NQ buy. Iceberg NQ buy. Iceberg and QBuy. Iceberg and QBuy. Iceberg NQ buy. Stop NQ sell.